Hello, gang. I am unshaven, but I am not unclean. How's everybody doing? How's it going? So here, let me pull up some of the stuff I was writing in the background. Not this. What's that here? Google Docs. Unshaven? Yeah, I have a. I don't have a clean shave. I got a bit of a stubble. Or this is like a 5 o'clock shadow. This is more of like a 5 o'clock shadow. Yeah, so like I didn't shave. You still haven't written threads? Hey, yesterday was weird, okay? Yesterday was weird, all right? I was planning to write yesterday, but I had to do like a bunch of calls and I didn't sleep very well. And then on top of that, I had to do a whole bunch of cleaning. And then I also wanted to hang out with my mom because I didn't really get to do that over the weekend, you know, as much as I wanted to. We barely got to hang out because I was fucking working. So, you know, I kind of just wanted yesterday to myself. I'm going to be real. And I think it kind of helped. I feel a lot better. Yeah. So, no, I had to do a lot yesterday. That's pretty much the reason. I just decided not to stream. And then because of that, I'm just sitting there like, you know, I kind of don't want to write either. Which is unfortunate because around like midway through, like I think Thursday, either Thursday or Wednesday, I was getting a lot of thoughts regarding chapter 400 or 428. Like, so I like wrote all this, you know, so I already wrote a decent amount, but most of these are like incomplete thoughts. A lot of what I wrote regarding the chapter are like very incomplete thoughts. So it's like things I really wanted to finish up and piece together. Now we can start with this. This is actually a decent spot to start. One thing I noticed that's really interesting. So a few things just off the top of my head regarding this visual. Umi, when we start the chapter, with Umi, notice how he's wearing his tank top. Right? Notice how he's wearing his tank top, or wife beater, as we're going to call it. I don't really like that description, but let's go with tank top. When he's wearing his black tank top here, he's not wearing anything underneath. So it's white. Then, when you switch to this, doesn't it look like he's wearing a tank top? Right? He's wearing something white underneath, and then he's wearing the tank top over it. Except that's not a tank top, it's like it's a vest. You know, he's wearing a vest and there's a shirt underneath it, but it literally parallels how he looks right here. And I found that really, really interesting. I'm like, wait, why go for that like paralleling visual? In contrast, you also have another interesting thing going on here. Here, Umi's wearing just white, right? Here, Umi is just wearing a white shirt. Here, Umi's wearing a black vest over a white shirt that has black edges. That contrast seems very intentional. Now look at his shoes. His shoes here are black, his shoes here are white. Now look at his pants. Black pants, more of a gray color pants. Yet again, he's also wearing, you know, his signature jacket over his hips thing. And this one, kind of more white. This one is kind of more dark. What the fuck? Now you go to Chizuru and Ruka, and again, you'll see some interesting parallels. Inverses, and as well as parallels. Look at Ruka's shoes, and look at Chizuru's shoes. They're not the same, but they do look pretty darn similar, right? They're not the same, but they look pretty darn similar, right? Whereas Chizuru has the ankle thing right here, which Ruka probably has. You don't see that. Ruka has the little strap right at the bottom, right? Chizuru doesn't have that there. That's weird. Ruka's wearing pants. Chizuru's wearing a skirt. Ruka holds her back to her shoulder. Chizuru holds her back in front of her, right? So there's an earnestness with Chizuru, whereas with Ruka, it's almost like she's trying to hold on to something instead of seeing what's there, right? With Chizuru, it looks kind of different. With Chizuru, it's like there's like an honesty to how she's holding the bag in front of her. I think the volume needs to be adjusted. It's very loud. Oh, really? How about now? Does it seem better now? I'm speaking in a loud voice. Does it seem better now? Or is it still too loud? I can listen to myself. So mic monitor. Ooh, that does seem kind of loud. How now? How about now? It's a little better now. Okay. I forgot I can like monitor myself. It's just kind of hard to tell sometimes. Um okay, it seems a little better now. Yeah, it seems a little better now. I could like put it like this. Yeah, I could keep the mic like this so it's like a little further away. But okay. Back to what I was saying. I'm gonna turn myself off. Shut the fuck up. Thank you. I don't need to keep listening to myself. Okay, so again, we look at Ruka. Ruka's wearing pants, right? Chizuru is wearing a skirt, right? Um, Manga can only have black, gray, and white. Yes, but it's utilizing that color palette. It's specifically because it can only have these like shades and these variations of these shades that we can find meaning in them. It's specifically because it has those limitations that we can find meaning in them, right? And then when Reiji tells us the specific color we're supposed to be seeing, then we can glean certain things, right? But with Umi, there's a specific palette of colors that you're seeing with Umi here. Like for instance, here's another thing. Umi's wearing pretty tight pants here, right? These are like tight fitting jeans, very loose, right? His fit with Ruka is significantly more loose than it is with Chizuru. With Chizuru, the clothes he's wearing are very form fitting, so it emphasizes his figure, right? When he is with Chizuru, his figure is being emphasized, right? With Ruka, completely opposite. If anything, he's wearing more layers, right? His figure's not emphasized at all. He looks completely different. If anything, it seems like he's trying to hide his figure. It's the total opposite. And then you go to when he first walked up to Ruka, it's kind of the opposite, right? You very much see like what's underneath, right? He's very visible. He seems very, very visible here, right? So this contrast between how he appears here and how he appears in the chapter also seems to be a very interesting element to talk about here, right? There's a deep sense of formality to how he's dressed with Ruka. He's dressed very, very formal, whereas when he's dressed with Chizuru, it's a lot less formal. It's definitely like a lot more. This is kind of a date. I'm trying to fashion myself out kind of thing because he is trying to woo Chizuru or fucking whatever. Okay. So that element I think is very intentional by Reiji. Let's keep going. So Ruka wears a vest, right? So she wears a sleeveless vest. So so does Chizuru. Now the one Chizuru wears, it doesn't have a collar, but Ruka's does. Okay. Now the biggest thing I was focusing on that I was trying to talk about is how Ruka kind of holds her bag versus how Chizuru holds her bag. Chizuru holds the bag in front of her. Ruka holds the bag to her side. The way Ruka is like holding on to the bag, it's like something she really doesn't want to let go, right? But she's not being fully honest about what's in her bag, right? It's kind of more of an like you know when when a character like holds their arm like this, right? They kind of feel insecure, right? When someone holds their arm like this, you feel insecure about something. You're trying not to talk about something. You don't want to show something. That's kind of the vibe I get more from Ruka. Like the way Ruka looks here, something about it just looks uncomfortable. Ruka also kind of looks like a wife, right? Ruka is holding some baggage, kind of, yes. And Ruka also kind of looks like a wife, weirdly enough. Like the clothes she has on makes me think of an older woman, which is very ironic considering Ruka's character. Right? When I look at Ruka's character here, the clothes she has on makes her look older than she is. She ironically almost looks older than Chizuru. It's really interesting. She ironically kind of looks older than Chizuru because of the way that she's dressed. There's a kind of maturity to her clothes. She looks older in that regard. Which further adds into the analysis of like Kazuya's cheating on her, she's the wife kind of vibe that the story's kind of going for. That Kazuya is the one who's cheating on her, and she's the wife finding out that her husband is cheating on her kind of vibe. More and more this leans into it. More and more it's like a wife coming to the realization her husband doesn't love her kind of thing. But the way Ruka holds on to her bag to me is like kind of a false realization. It's like she knows this isn't real, and Umi's like pointing that out. In contrast with Chizuru, Chizuru holds her bag with both of her hands. There is a kind of like certainty, this is the direction I'm going kind of thing. Umi's just pointing out, hey, you're going in that direction and you don't seem to be aware of it kind of thing, you know? Umi's more so like pointing out like the obvious that Chizuru's not seeing, whereas with Chizuru, it's like he asks her, do you like him? With Ruka, he asks her, is Kazuya a fake person? The scenes are like completely in reverse. One talks about a real emotion from a person who seemingly appears fake, and one talks about the person you love being fake, which is really interesting. Again, it's that contrast between a real love and cheating. That element seems to be very central here. The contrast between real love and cheating, and it's like, oh, okay, going an interesting direction with this. So that's my immediate analysis that I gleaned just looking at this. The second thing that I found interesting is that the first thing we see of Ruka when we come back to the present is Ruka is called a serious little cat, because she split the bill, and it's very much like her kind of cat look. Why is this interesting? Well, Umi is very curious, right? His whole thing is that he's very curious about what the fuck is going on. Who knows the idiom, curiosity killed the cat? And I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a thing in Japanese too. You know, I really, like, especially considering Reiji watches, Western literature, and he watches Western media, and he knows about Western literature. I really wouldn't be surprised if this is a thing, if this is something that's currently going on. It's like, okay, Ruka, your curiosity got the best of you, which is actually a big driving motif of this, that, like, literally visually, what do you see here? The whole point of why Ruka even met and talked to Umi is specifically because she's curious what the fuck is going on. She wants to know, but she's afraid to know. But she knows she wants to know, which is why she goes. She keeps lying and pretending that Umi is trying to hit on her, but she knows that's not the reason she's here. And she knows that's not the reason he's here, right? She knows this, but she keeps pretending, right? The whole chapter is literally... So I came up with a few different interpretations about the thesis of this chapter. So let me pull them up. Okay, so my last interpretation of what... So I went through a few. My last interpretation of the thesis or main theme of this chapter is... how can you understand what you refuse to see? And this is, I think, the central theme of this chapter. How can you understand what you refuse to see? This is ironically very fitting here. This visual right here, in my opinion, I could be overreading it, but this is just my read of this picture. This picture is very, very deceptive, in my opinion. We're looking at Ruka, and from her body language, we interpret that she's crying. And I think Reiji wants you to interpret that she's crying here. However, there's something you're really just kind of not noticing, and it's really in your face. And I think that's intentional by Reiji, specifically because of the framing. Her eyes are covered. So she's literally not seeing, she refuses to see what's in front of her. She went underground, she hid in her little box, in her little area, and in the little water, and the emotions that she's all too familiar with, she hid in these feelings. She doesn't, it's not simply the exit calling her, she willingly chose to go down here and hunker down, kind of like she went down to the basement, right? This place is like under the place. She's choosing not to see. So she's literally visually closing her eyes. And what does the writing say? What does the text right here say? The text says here, I want to run away all by myself. Right? The text here, says in the Japanese version, I want to run away all by myself. Why is this interesting? This aligns well with kind of the thematic idea of the chapter, that Ruka kind of wants to disappear into her own little world. And so the chapter covers basically three different things. One, it covers her loneliness. Two, it covers being alone. So remember, loneliness and being alone are two completely different things, right? You can be lonely because you don't feel like you have other people around you, but there can't, like, you can be around other people and still feel lonely. Okay? But being alone literally means you have nobody. You're literally alone. And 3, isolation. I think isolation is the biggest one here. Ruka's isolating. Ruka literally says, I want to run away on my own. She's isolating, right? That's the visual here, that she's literally running away. She's hiding. She's isolating. And from that interpretation, you can understand her closing her eyes. Now, how does this thematically tie into the entire chapter? How can you understand what you refuse to see? What did I describe about Umi in our stream earlier, right? We pieced some stuff together while reading what Mute wrote, so I'm going to pull up the old stream and just have me say it, right? I'm going to pull up the old stream and just have me say what I said back then instead of just being redundant. Okay. All right. Let me turn on the volume so you guys can hear. Oh, I should move that. Whoops. Whoopsie. Sorry, I gotta be able to see you guys. Forgot about that. Whoops. Okay. Oh, that could be. I'm hiding myself. I'm hiding myself. Real. Or it could be bait. That's an interesting thing. I was thinking that too. Right? Ruka thinks it's her name tag. Right? It pans to her name tag. It makes you think it's her name tag. What if it isn't her name tag? What was the line before the preview title for Crumpy did? Oh, yeah. Okay, let's talk about that really quick. Kazuya could just run away by my... Okay, final leaked... That leak, which described this as... Interesting. Oh, and if Umi saw the... Okay, there we go. It's right in front of us. This is so stupid. It's right... Reiji tells you the answer in front of your face. This is so stupid. It's right there. It's so dumb. Ruka thinks Umi got her name from her name tag, but that doesn't make sense. Umi then proceeds to say, I saw your performance in Ultramarine Constellation. You just look at the credits, you can see her name. That's where he got it. Ruka misattributes where Umi got her name. Reiji tells you the answer right there. The answer is in front of your face. You just don't realize. That's why Umi is in shadow. How? Right. I'm gonna read my theme for the chapter. How can you understand what you refuse to see? Right. That's my interpretation of the chapter. How can you understand what you refuse to see? Because you just listen to Ruka and she tells you it's because of the name tag. You just believe her, but it doesn't make any fucking sense. Right? You listen to Ruka and you believe her, but it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's right there. It's in front of your face, and because you refuse to see the reality, you can't interpret Umi any other way. Naturally, what happens? You just come to this conclusion that Umi just knew because of the name tag, because that's what the chapter seemingly tells you. But Ruka is blind. Right? Did we ever find the part where Ruka's part was removed from the movie and she may not be in the credits? So apparently, according to Mute, I asked Mute. Apparently, according to Mute, they only like removed some of her parts, not all of it. Right? They only removed like some of her parts, not all of it. So she would still be in the credit as support at the very least, and she should still have her part. Right? I never found out what chapter it was. I know what part. It's like chapter 129 when she films it, but I don't think her part was like fully removed. I think her part is still in the show, right? It's still in there. I could be wrong. If we ever found out where the director told them that he removed it, or where Kazuya said that it was removed, then we'll know. But remember, Ruka went to the theater, saw the play, and still clapped, and she didn't say anything. So I'm assuming her part is still in the play. Or not the play, the movie. Her part is still in the movie. It's not gone. It's just parts of it were cut. Just parts of her stuff were cut. Not everything. She's still in there. What did Ruka contribute in the movie arc? Well, she was there and trying to be support, seemingly. So at the very least, she was part of the crew. And she played a part in the movie. So she would either be the role that Umi just said she was, the performance that she did, or it'd be something else. Now, I do think her performance in this play is important. I do think her performance in this play is important because it's pretty ironic that Ruka is a terrible actress in real life. You know, or more accurately, she's literally acting in this chapter, right? More accurately, she's literally acting in this chapter, which is quite interesting. Like, this entire chapter, she's seemingly acting. And Umi is seeing past the whole facade, right? He tells her performance is great because he can literally see she's acting in this chapter. That's kind of the brilliance, the hidden brilliance in this line. That Umi can see she's literally acting this whole chapter. She's just acting. So he can see past the act. You're like, this is all a performance. This is all pretend. In the ending credits after Chizuru's grandmother's death, you only see Kazuya and Chizuru. Well, yeah, but it's not just them. Well, yeah. Of course, you're going to see Kazuya and Chizuru because there's a point to seeing Kazuya and Chizuru. Right? You see Chizuru because she was the lead actress, and you see Kazuya specifically because of Kazuya's efforts to create the film. And when Chizuru sees Kazuya's name in the movie, it reminds her of the dilemma she's currently under. There's a point to you seeing these names. It's not just, oh, here's everybody in this movie. Here's all these random fucking people that I deeply cherish. That's not the point of why you saw the names. There's another purpose to it. Anywho, let's not get sidetracked too much. Okay, so with that being the case, right? So with that being the case, the chapter, this is being the thesis of this chapter. Let's see what else I had to say. Umi walks behind Ruka the whole time, and she never looks at him honestly, right? So that's another thing. Initially, the chapter starts with Umi being behind Ruka, and Umi makes her turn around by saying her name, right? She acknowledges his existence when he says her name. Okay? What is happening in the beginning of the chapter? What's happening in the opening scene? Ruka does not want to turn around. Right? The whole point of this opening segment is Ruka does not want to turn around. She refuses to turn around and see the reality. So most of the chapter is structured around this idea. Ruka does not want to turn around. Right? She doesn't want to see what's behind her. She doesn't want to leave this little area and see what's behind her. Okay? So Ruka initially looks at Umi. He talks to her. And then she walks away. And what happens? He's literally behind her. Now, visually, this is a really interesting shot. Why? Ruka's above, Umi's below. Are you noticing something? That's right. It's literally the spread where Chizuru is above and Umi's below. Yeah, it's connected. Right? Here, Ruka and Umi are on even ground. Here, Umi's below, Chizuru is above. Ruka sits on stairs, right? Ruka literally sits on stairs. How does the chapter begin? She literally starts going up the stairs. And Umi stops her from going up the stairs, right? And he's telling her to turn around and face him. She doesn't want to. How do you spend the chapter? She's here with him and she still doesn't want to face him. Even when she turns around and looks at him, she half looks at him. Right? She closes one eye when she looks at him. Until eventually Umi calls her out and makes her turn around. And then when she accidentally blabs, she has to finally turn around and face the reality. She has to turn around and face the past. Right? The thing she refuses to face, she needs to face the past. She's made to turn around. So this entire chapter is pretty much Ruka refusing to turn around and look at Umi, who represents the thing that she's not addressing in herself. Right? It represents the secrets that she's choosing not to see. Umi walks behind Ruka the whole time and she never looks at him honestly. Not because he did anything wrong, but because she keeps assuming he did. This is really ironic considering what she thinks of Chizuru and Kazuya. Okay? This is an inverted parallel to when Umi walks behind Chizuru and Chizuru wants to pretend it isn't what she knows it to be. That Umi is trying to replace her for Nanaho. That he is getting the date in exchange for the retweet. So, Nanaho. I looked into her name. I was really curious and I ended up looking into her name. So Nanaho has 3 parts in her name. She has 7. Right, so she has 7 in her name, and she has the kanji for crops. So she has the kanji for like harvest in her name, so like a good harvest, and then she also has the kanji for like the top of let me pull it up. It says something interesting. So she has like 3 different kanji in her name. Let me pull it up. Okay. Translate to English. So she has 7 in her name. She the na part of her name is plant-like and refreshing. And then ho it symbolizes abundance and bounty. So her name is like basically something along the lines of a 7 bountiful harvests. So something like that. 7 refreshing bountiful harvests. Something like that. So that's kind of the idea behind Nanaho's name that I found interesting. So why is this curious? It's less about how so let me see what I wrote here. Nanaho as a name seems incompatible with Umi, the sea, for a fresh harvest cannot grow in a salty sea. This creates a parallel to Umi's own words about why he broke up with Nanaho. What I find interesting about the breakup is I think things don't quite line up. Umi broke up with his girlfriend seemingly around when he asked Chizuru out, 7 days prior to the date. However, he made the plans for the show he went on with Chizuru prior to this, which at the very least implies he did not plan to break up with her and wanted her to go to this play. Another factor is that they seemed to have dated for a while, and Chizuru knew both of them, making this whole ordeal even stranger as now Umi is dragging Chizuru into his mess. This all tells me that the breakup might not have been clean and might not have been clean. Right. Might not have been clean, and while Umi sounded like he knew what he wanted, much like Kazuya, he too was grieving, and this explains why Kazuya being brought up triggered him to do this in exchange for the retweet, and why he demanded to know if Chizuru liked Kazuya, as if wanting a reason to let go, because he couldn't get that with Nanaho. This could also inform a lot of his actions until now, as he seeks answers about Kazuya and Chizuru because he never got them with Nanaho. This also creates an interesting parallel because Kazuya's name means peace and harmony shared under the tree, while Nanaho's name means 7 bountiful harvests, something like that, right? So seven bountiful harvests. Versus Umi Nakano, which means sea, and Chizuru, which means a thousand paper cranes on a single plane of water, or a single current, right? So there's this interesting contrast between the names and how Nanaho is like literally not compatible with Umi as a name. And maybe in a way you could view it as though like Umi was literally like drowning her in salt water. That could be like how you could interpret the name like that. There's like this incompatibility with the names and how the characters didn't fit together. So I think that's really interesting that there's this incompatibility between Umi's name and Nanaho's name. And Nanaho literally is the complete opposite of Mami, right? Mami's name, like her first name is Beautiful Hemp. That's pretty much her first name. It's like Beautiful Hemp. Whereas and then it has like the kanji for magic in it, right? So Beautiful Magical Hemp or some shit like that. Whereas her last name Nanami is 7 C's. Nanaho is completely different, right? Her first name has a parallel to Mami, but the 7's in there already, right? So there's some interesting stuff at play here that I just kind of wanted to point out that like I thought was interesting, how Umi's name was incompatible with Nanaho, just as Umi's name is also incompatible with Ruka's name, right? Like I said, the water literally corrodes lapis lazuli. So Ruka's name means lapis lazuli summer. So literally the water corrupts lapis lazuli. So I thought that was also interesting and I wanted to point that out. So let's see. Umi was bad news with Chizuru, is exactly what it appeared. He isn't bad news with Ruka, and he is not what he appears at all. Right? So with Chizuru, it was pretty obvious, like it was pretty in your face, Umi was bad news. Right? During that date. Like something was fucking wrong here. And all of us could tell something was fucking wrong here. Right? Every Kazuya could tell, everybody could fucking tell. Here, it's based on what he did then that we're all assuming he's bad news now. And we keep getting indications he's not this. Right? We keep getting indications he's not actually bad news. At least not outright bad news. And I think that's really interesting. That we have this like contrast between then and now. Ruka never sees him for who he is, only what she assumes he wants, which are all contradictions. One minute she thinks he's hitting on her. The next, he can't be loyal. After that, he's criticizing her boyfriend. Notice how she never wants to make it about Umi's feelings for Chizuru, because that would mean addressing her insecurity towards Chizuru, until she has no choice but to do so. Right? So Ruka always tries to make Umi talking to her about her. Right? That seems to be the whole point of how she's approaching this. She keeps directing Umi's attention to her or to Umi's actions being about her and how Umi is fake. All of it intentionally avoids talking about Kazuya and intentionally avoids talking about Chizuru, the subject of all of this. Right? The whole reason this conversation has started is not because of Ruka, it's because of her relationship to Kazuya. Which is incredibly ironic because Ruka started this whole thing between Kazuya and her, specifically because of Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru. So basically you can tell from all of this that Umi is here asking about Kazuya, not Chizuru. Right? He's asking about Kazuya and his relationship with Ruka and what that has to do with Chizuru. Okay? That's the irony of this scene. Let me keep going. So yeah, that basically all of Ruka's arguments against Umi seems to just come from her lack of trust in him, and her lack of trust in him seems to purely come from just her own assumptions. Nothing he particularly said, right? The way she judges Umi for what she assumes he wants parallels how she views herself. She doesn't see herself for who she is, but what she wants. Thus, she doesn't see what she's doing wrong, but rather blames Chizuru for her problems, as she blamed Umi for how he appeared. The chapter encapsulates how Ruka refuses to see reality. This parallels the cover. When you look at this, so let's go to the cover really quick. When you look at this, you see what you want to see. Ruka crying. Not how Ruka is turning away from what she knows to be the truth, and how she is doing this to herself. She talks about running away alone, yet she is already alone. How much more alone can you get? She is choosing isolation and loneliness. She doesn't need to be this way. This is the truth you can't see in the cover, just as Ruka refuses to open her eyes. You as readers are blind as she is. For your sympathy blinds you to the truth, as does Ruka's sadness blind her to hers. The irony is beautiful because Umi is Ruka's mistake, looking her dead in the eye and telling her what she is doing wrong. Right? Umi is Ruka's mistake, looking her dead in the eye and telling her what she's doing wrong, making a whole bunch of assumptions about people simply because of how they look. Just as she makes an assumption about how Kazuya looks when she's kissing him. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? There's an intentional reason that when we see Umi, see Ruka holding Kazuya's arm, it happens right after what? Ruka sexually assaults Kazuya, and when she looks at Kazuya, she thinks he looked cute in that moment. She's misinterpreting the scene. She's looking at the scene with eyes closed. She's not seeing the reality. Then, almost on cue, how does the chapter end? Ruka changes how she looks. And what happens in the very end? Umi shows up. The character all about presentation and looks. He's almost like a showman. Now, isn't it interesting that right as this happens, right? What does Umi come to find out from Kazuya? Right? What did we find out? What did he find out Umi was here for? He was here to uncover a secret between Kazuya and Chizuru. That they kissed, right? He just wanted to know what happened. What is Chizuru hiding? And Kazuya tells him. What do we see Chizuru doing in this chapter? Literally hiding her feelings. Right? She keeps getting reminded of people's feelings around her, and she keeps hiding her feelings. What does Umi see? Oh, a secret thing going on between Kazuya and Ruka. They're holding arms. That's weird. So he goes to ask Kazuya, and what gets revealed? The kiss. Right? Kazuya reveals the kiss to Umi, that they kissed. And then he says, I hope she doesn't get mad at me for this. It's the truth after all. That's pretty interesting that he does this right as Umi sees him holding arms with Ruka, right as Ruka sexually assaults Kazuya, and something that we think should be kept secret happens. What does Minnie do right after this? Minnie keeps what happened between Kazuya and Ruka a secret from Chizuru. And she says, I could never tell her. Why is this interesting? Why, oh why is this interesting? In many ways, Minnie is kind of Chizuru's best friend. But she's not really being a good best friend. Hold that thought for a sec. Who have I compared Minnie to in the past? There's not Umi. I'm going to tell you right now, not Umi. It's a very particular character who also has the moniker of best friend. Mommy? Since when has Mommy had the moniker of best friend? Kazuya talks to Kibe. When Kazuya goes to talk to Kibe, he wants to tell him the truth. And what does Kibe do? He makes him feel like he can't tell him the truth. Right? Kibe talks to him, and Kazuya feels like he can't tell him the truth anymore. And what does he say? All right, so let's go to Kazuya's words. Kibe's definitely right, though. This situation really isn't healthy. Okay. Okay, so Minnie says, I can't ever talk to her about Ruka-san. Even if I laid things out for Kibe, there's no way I could expect him to keep quiet with Grandma Nagomi. He'd never give me a pass, he just wouldn't understand. I can't hold back anymore, that's exactly why I've only got one out. To confess, to go out with Mizuhara. Right? There's no guarantee that's actually going to work. So he literally thinks I can't ever tell Kibe. Just as she thinks I could never tell Chizuru. Huh. That's weirdly timed. Huh. That's weirdly timed. It's almost like Chizuru is placed in Kibe's position and Minnie is placed in Kazuya's position. Huh. And, oh, that's right. Isn't Kibe jealous of Kazuya? Just as Chizuru is jealous of Minnie. And Minnie is jealous of Chizuru. Huh. That's weird. And who have I compared Minnie to in the past? Oh, that's right. Kibe. Huh. That's weird. Except this time, instead of Kibe keeping the secret, it's Minnie keeping the secret. She's the one hiding something. And I would bet Chizuru would be pretty fucking pissed. Right? She'd be like, what the fuck? Why did you hide this from me? Heck. Look at these panels. Look at how similar they look. Hope you can see it. Right? Look at these panels. Both determined. Still, she said she'd date him, plus she wouldn't just kiss anyone. That's undeniable progress. To confess, to go out with Mizuhara. Huh. That's interesting. That's a weird set of parallels. That's odd. It's almost like those scenes are inherently connected, and oh yeah, both of them happen just before shit hits the fan. Interesting timing, wouldn't you say? Okay, so let's keep going. What else did I have to say? Okay, so let's read this part about what Ruruka says here. I thought I was ready to accept that, but it still hurts. I wonder if he knows how far they've gone, but I'm too scared to ask. Ruka tells herself she's ready to accept the truth, but she isn't. She turns away from it just as she turns away from Umi. She looks for the ocean while sitting in an aquarium, and the truth came to remind her at every turn of the blue pill she has chosen to take. The illusion of choice. For the moment you know something is going on, you can't keep looking away. So like I've said in the past, you guys know the blue pill, red pill choice, right? All right, so blue pill, red pill from the Matrix. Cancel. Blue pill, red pill, Matrix. Right? So blue pill, red pill from the Matrix. This is the illusion of choice. You were always going to pick red. You were always going to pick red. Even if you picked blue, you would have picked red. Because now you know something is a lie. Right? You can pick blue, but you didn't really pick blue. Because you know there's something else going on with red. That's pretty much what's going on with Ruka. She picked the blue pill. She chose to live in ignorance. I can take both pills. You can't. They would counterbalance each other. That makes no sense. You take the pill where you live in an illusion, and you take the pill where you see the reality. How does that work? Right? Like, okay, you could say I realized the entire, because that you essentially took the red pill and then chose to live back in the Matrix. That's not, you still know the truth. You were always going to pick red even if you picked blue. So even if you pick red and then pick blue, right? I see reality without taking pills. I'm not, the pills are not the point. The pills are not the point. Come on, you're a teacher. You should know this. The pills are not the point. It is about the illusion of choice. That's all. It's not about the pills. It's not about the pills. It's about the illusion of choice. Even if you take both pills, technically you took the red one. That's not a third option. You just chose both options. So technically you picked red and then you picked blue. Right? So sorry, when you pick blue, you pick red. If you pick red, you pick blue. Right? Because you know one is the other. So even if you pick both, it's still one choice. Will I OD if I swallow both pills? No. Anyways. Hey, it's hard to tell sarcasm through fucking text. That's not really a thing. Anyways. The whole point is that it's the illusion of choice. Ruka picked blue, but she always knew something was going on with red. And now she has to choose red. She has to see the reality, right? So it's the illusion of choice. Okay? For the moment you know something is going on, you can't keep looking away. While Ruka chose the illusion, Umi chose the reality. However, both don't see the full truth. Umi knows he sees half the truth and seeks it. Ruka knows she sees half of the truth and avoids it. They're total opposites, right? She chooses to see half the truth. Umi wants to see the full truth, and he can't, right? He's being denied at every turn. Okay. So, and this is where it brings me up to an interesting point here is, Umi says, I'm serious, believe it or not, I'm very loyal. This is pretty interesting because you could argue he's standing up for Chizuru here, right? Whether you believe that or not, You could argue that's what he's doing here, right? He's advocating for Chizuru when she's not around. In a sense, wouldn't you say that's a very good representation of loyalty? That you would advocate and stand up for your friend when they're not around. I would say that's a pretty indicator of loyalty. Like, you stick with your pals, right? You're always like, you always believe in your pals. So I think that's a decent representation of loyalty, but you could interpret this another way where he's not being loyal at all, right? He's doing this for himself. That's a whole other matter. I'm just saying you could see how this could represent loyalty. That, yeah, Umi is loyal. At the same time, you could say Umi isn't loyal. We don't know. Everyone has their own conclusions. Okay. So, for the cover, there is a purple pill. Picking the path with the least resistance isn't all it turns out to be. In fact, more often than not, you need the resistance. I use purple. Wait, how did it Gojo get there? Oh, no, it's a joke. It's a joke. Purple pill. Anyways, shut up. Anyways, so for this cover, it's a paradox, right? So for this cover, it's a paradox. The cover reads, like I said before, the cover reads, "I want to run away all by myself." Why is this a paradox? Because Ruka wishes to run away on her own, yet she already is. She literally already is. When you wish to leave, and you could, but instead you sit and cry about how you wish to leave. When you sit in the water that reflects your face, yet you refuse to look at it and instead see tears. She sits in a water that could reflect back her face, and what does she do instead? She covers her face. She could see her own reflection in the water, and she chooses not to. She could see what's behind her, and she chooses not to. She could see that she's already alone, and she chooses not to. Complete blindness. Literally closing your eyes to the world around you. Isolating, completely shutting off. That's pretty much Ruka in this chapter. Okay? So I talked about this as well. I think Umi represents Chizuru's futile quest to make Kazuya happy. Right? What does Chizuru want? Chizuru wants to say that we're both in love when we're dating. That's futile. That's impossible. It's senseless. Right? It is Chizuru's futile quest to make Kazuya happy. Umi represents that, in my opinion. Right? He represents that futility because he literally talks about how someone can make Chizuru happy. And Chizuru wants to do that for Kazuya. Not realizing she in many ways is doing the exact thing she dislikes. So this is the paradox of these. So this scene, I've talked about this scene very extensively. I've mentioned this scene a few times, and only recently I've started to see the futility of this scene and the whole point of this scene and why it's pretty much kind of wrong, and how Reiji has been kind of saying it's wrong in a lot of ways and it's right in a lot of ways. What do I mean? So it's the scene in chapter 370, I think. Yeah. It's right here when Chizuru talks. So this is the big line that I've talked about a few times here. Everyone looks to the boyfriend to shower his girlfriend with compliments all the time, as if nothing else matters as long as the girl is loved. That's what society seems to think, and I hate that. Why is this correct and wrong? Chizuru is completely right in disliking this. In my opinion, she's completely right in disliking this. However, in trying so hard to not follow this and to do her own thing, she ends up ultimately doing this exact thing. She's now putting all the pressure on the girlfriend to make the boyfriend happy and give him compliments all the time as if nothing else matters as long as the boy is loved. Do you see how she ended up doing exactly what she set out to hate by simply flipping the roles? Because what does Chizuru do this entire chapter? She's trying to constantly compliment him. Tell him how cool he is. Be supportive. Be there for him. She's doing all of these things, not realizing the role has been completely thrust upon her. It is Chizuru's futile quest to make Kazuya happy, and it doesn't matter. That's why when they get into the scary place, she ultimately ends up leaning on him. Because she needs him just as much as he needs her. And what is Kazuya doing in this sequence? He's isolating. He's experiencing it alone. He's not there for her either. And this is Chizuru realizing the futility of her quest. That him, or not realizing, this is Reiji showing the futility of her quest. This isn't her realizing it. This is Reiji as an author showing the futility of her quest. That it's fucking pointless. It doesn't matter. You make each other happy. You share the experience. That's what love is. It's not about the other person making you happy. You make each other happy. Dipshits. It's not about one person making the other happy. You make each other happy. It's not about one or the other. Chizuru mistook a solution for the problem. Right? She looked at a problem and her solution was the other side of the problem. That's the problem. That is what I misunderstood too. Right? I focus so much on what Chizuru is doing correctly, not realizing what she's doing wrong. So both right now aren't happy because the other person ain't there. Correct. The whole point of love is you share it. The whole point of love is that you share it. And I think that might possibly be the answer to love. You share it. When you like something, whether it's a video game or a show or a movie or a book or fucking whatever, don't you want to share it with someone else? Don't you want to talk about it? Don't you go to YouTube and hope to God there's some dude who likes it? Isn't that why some of you are here? Because you like this series, you love it, and you wanted to see someone talk about it and share the same feelings that you do. Maybe express your emotions that you don't know how to articulate. That's why you're here, because you love something. If you love something, you share it. Right? You share the experience with someone else. You want other people to get into it. I think that's the answer to love. You fucking share it. It's not about time. It's not about necessarily investment, right? Because you can invest super hard into something, but if you don't want to share it with anyone, do you really love it? Right? So for example, I play like a fuckload of Final Fantasy, right? But if I never talked about it with anybody, if I just constantly just got into this thing and never spoke about it to a single fucking soul, do I really love it? I keep talking about this series specifically because I like it. I get so much fucking hate for talking about this series, but I keep doing it because I fucking like it. It's an active choice. Right? I want to share it because I like it. That's Chizuru's mistake, and that's what Kazuya is doing. Kazuya in this sequence is isolating. Chizuru in this sequence is trying really hard not to rely on him because she thinks she needs to give him something. Both of them are proven wrong in this sequence. Kazuya is isolating from her. He's not fucking doing anything, right? He's having his own experience completely separate from her, not even considering her feelings. Chizuru, in contrast, trying so hard not to rely on him that she unintentionally relies on him. And in many ways, like this is basically the futility of her quest. Stop trying to make him happy, just fucking share the emotion, and you'll end up making him happy. Umi's definitely behind Chizuru's call for the play. Okay. $30. I'm not getting into this again. I'm not even going to finish reading what you wrote. I'm not getting into this again. 30-minute timeout. I'm not getting into this again. If we're going to get into speculation territory, I'm just going to put you on timeout immediately. I'm not even reading it. It's like Resident Evil for me. If I don't talk to you about it, if I wouldn't be able to share a common passion with someone else. Why not just ban Wiz? Sometimes he has interesting things to say. So I don't mind that, but whenever he talks about stupid things, I'm just gonna mute him. I do think Wiz has some interesting things to say. He said some interesting stuff in the past. He's never done things like Marcelo, where he's just outright made me mad. This is more of an annoyance, and I would like for him to learn. You know, Marcelo just it seemed like I was talking to a fucking brick wall. That's why I banned Marcelo. I was talking to a fucking brick wall. The dude like never heard a word I said. He was just off in his own Delulu land. Wiz seems to at least moderately listen to me. So what I'm gonna do is whenever he does stupid shit, just temporary ban him every time. Till he gets the clue. If he's right, good for you, man. If you're right in the future, and we see that you're correct in the future, credit where it's due, dude. 100%. You were right. I'm wrong. Good for you. Awesome. And that, if you're right, cool, whatever. I don't want to talk about this every fucking stream. I don't want to talk about this every fucking stream. I'm sorry. I get really tired of this. I don't want to talk about this every fucking stream. Okay. But yeah. So that's in my opinion what this sequence is about. I think this is the full complete read of this scene. Because for the longest time, I didn't quite understand what the point of this was. Now I feel like I do. I feel like now I kind of understand what the point of this is. That this is meant to be a contrast to Chizuru's beliefs that she needs to make him happy. She talks about working on it together, right? What did she say earlier? She talks about working on it together, but she doesn't work on it with him. Right? She's seemingly working on it alone. I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love than someone who takes all of it. Cool, doesn't matter. You're not even giving him anything. Cool, doesn't even matter. You're not even really giving him anything. So it's all fucking pointless. That's pretty much the point of this scene. It doesn't matter. You're not even giving him anything. So at least take so you can give. Right? If you're not even going to give him anything, at least take something so you can give him something back. That's the futility of request. It's like, okay, but you're not even doing anything, then what the fuck is the point? It's fucking stupid. You're not doing anything. It's literally Reiji pointing out the futility of request. Someone is loved because someone is there to love them. No. This is not accurate. Someone is loved because someone is there to love them. No. Not necessarily. Right? You can be loved when the person is not there. Not necessarily. Like, you love your grandma and she's not here. And I bet she loves you and she's not fucking here. Right? If love is something meant to be built, then it's not fair unless both sides work on it together, right? She says this as Kazuya is isolated, feeling like he's working on it alone. Kazuya doesn't get this, and he feels isolated in light because he feels like he's working on it alone. That's why Kazuya is in shadows, and there's a light behind him. She's talking about working on something together as she talks alone. She's saying her beliefs. She's talking alone. She's not actually talking with him. She's talking about this on her own. He's not saying anything. He's literally working on it alone as she is. I don't know what love is, but only the people who have the right to be loved are those capable of giving love themselves. No. Love is not about giving. It's about sharing. She's literally wrong. However, here, this is her truth. This is why she's not shadowed out here. This is simply her truth. She wants to give lots of love rather than be someone who takes all of it. That's fine. That is her truth, right? It's okay to want to give love. And she's not doing that. She wants to give lots of love, but she wants permission to give love. Fucking what? Do you see the paradox? Do you see the paradox? Kazuya is like a coconut. What does that even mean? So, even what Chizuru is doing now is pointless too. Yes. And the thing that made me figure it out. So if you guys want to know what made me figure this out, I was scrolling through Twitter and I saw someone say something really fucking interesting. And ironically, it was a Ruka fan. I'm like, damn. Even a broken clock can be right once in a while. Okay. It's this scene here. Kazuya asks Chizuru, what to you would be the perfect marriage? She flips it back at him, and he says all lovey-dovey, whatever. Chizuru says, I don't think that's what it is. Even people who are married or once strangers at some points, it's possible that their values would be the same. Okay. There's no perfect human being. There will be fights and there will be things they don't like about each other. But if they can turn around and laugh about it 2 seconds later, that's the kind of marriage I'd like to have. Kazuya says, I'll make that my ideal too. As of now, that's what I want too. Chizuru laughs. There's something wrong with this scene. There's something wrong with this scene. What do you think it is? I want you to think about it very carefully. There's something wrong with this scene. And it's in plain sight. Hint. It has something to do with fighting. Hint. It has something to do with fighting. No, it's not Kazuya not being honest. It has something to do with fighting. I'll give people more. Kyle only wants what Chizuru wants, and he isn't honest. Close, but that's not the issue. Chizuru says they'll fight about things they don't agree with, but if they turn around and laugh about it 2 seconds later, that's the kind of marriage I'd like to have. Kazuya proceeds to agree with her, right? Immediately just agree with her. And she laughs on her own. It's the thing I've been describing for the past like 10 minutes. They're not working on it together. The thing she described, Kazuya says, I'll make that my ideal too, proceeds to not fight her, immediately agrees with her, and she laughs on her own. Did he even make it his ideal too at all? Says, I want to do this too, proceeds to not do it. Later, when they go to the bar, and Chizuru wants to pick a fight, they don't fight. And neither of them laugh about it later. It's almost like this entire sequence foreshadowed everything that came after. And Reiji actively left it in plain fucking sight. Kazuya says, this is what I want too now. As he proceeds to look down and not look at her while she looks at him. The thing you think is happening isn't happening. She says, are you crazy? And proceeds to laugh and chuckle on her own. He says, leave me alone. They're not actually with each other. They're literally standing right next to the other fucking person. And they're not together. Even in this moment, when Kazuya takes Chizuru's ideals, he doesn't. Because it isn't actually what he fucking wants. Even this isn't what he wants. This isn't about being honest. He has no clue what the fuck he wants. That's why I disagreed with all of you when you're saying Kazuya is not being honest. He doesn't know what the fuck he wants. Because he says this is what he wants and then proceeds to not fucking do it. He says the earlier thing and proceeds not to actually fucking do that either. So what the fuck do you want? The point of this scene isn't that Kazuya isn't being honest. He has no idea what the fuck he wants, so he doesn't fight with her. How can you have a fight with someone if you don't know what the fuck you want? Right? Because you don't have something you actually believe in. How can you actually fight someone? Kazuya wants intimacy. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. Kazuya wants her to be honest with him. He feels she's lying to him. He doesn't trust her. And if he doesn't trust her, how the fuck can he believe in her ideals? That's the truth. It's not that Kazuya wants intimacy. He wants trust. And intimacy is founded on trust. Kazuya doesn't trust her. That's the truth. That's what he's pretending isn't there. He can go into her home. She can open up to him. She can tell him everything. She can be sorry. She can come into his home. They can fall on top of each other. They can almost kiss. They can live together. None of that matters because he doesn't trust her. Not a single thing we have experienced in the past 200 plus chapters fucking matters if he doesn't trust her. That is the truth. That is why Kazuya constantly says one thing and then does another. Because he doesn't fucking trust her. That is why he's a walking paradox. He does not goddamn trust her. He thinks she's just going to fucking turn around and do something else 2 seconds later. He doesn't trust her. Not one bit. That is why all of this is happening. That is the whole point. That is the truth. He doesn't fucking trust her. So all talk but no bite for Kazuya? No, that's not the point. That's what it looks like. Because that's what he thinks he believes. But that's not what he actually believes, and he's not necessarily being honest with himself. It's not about it intentionally looks like as all talk but no bite. That's intentionally what it looks like, to maneuver you away from the problem, to make you not look at the actual problem. Kazuya has bite. Fucking absolutely. There's a reason he's not biting. I think that's a more accurate interpretation. Reiji wants you to diagnose it as all talk, no bite. That Kazuya has no fucking spine. He's not going to fucking follow through. That's not why. Because Kazuya has followed through in the past. Right? There's a contrast between past Kazuya and current Kazuya. Past Kazuya followed through on some of the craziest fucking shit. Right? He absolutely has bite. This dude got the fucking bite power of a goddamn lion. Okay? But he doesn't trust her. So every single thing he does isn't actually him fully committing to something. And he'll never fully commit to something unless he truly believes in it. He doesn't believe in this. He doesn't trust this. And he'll never be able to fully commit and actually go through with this until he actually fucking trusts her. And how can he possibly trust her if he never fights her? If he never tells her what he feels? But this is where the paradox occurs. This is the beauty of this paradox. How could you ever hope to trust someone if you never tell them you don't trust them? Kazuya can't get into a fight with Chizuru because he doesn't trust her. And he doesn't know how she's going to react if he fights with her. That's why he doesn't fight her. It's an infinite paradox limbo where there's a reason it doesn't change. Because you can't fight someone if you don't trust them, because that would mean opening up about your frustrations and being vulnerable a little bit. When you fight someone, you get a little vulnerable. You get emotional, you show your emotions, you get upset, you kind of let out what you've been thinking this whole time, and you become susceptible to being scrutinized. And the person being angry at you, and you fighting them. Kazuya doesn't want that because he doesn't trust people. He doesn't want to get hurt anymore. Right? His lack of trust stems from the fact that he was hurt. So he doesn't know what the fuck he wants. It's such a brilliant understanding of like the hedgehog dilemma, right? Where Reiji's like deconstructing the hedgehog dilemma. It stems from distrust. You can see this with Shinji too, right? I think that's the reason Reiji compares Kazuya to Shinji. Shinji has massive trust issues because he was burned by his dad in the past. And he was burned multiple times in the past. And he was constantly burned. So he has insane fucking trust issues, right? He acts like a complete loner. And that's Shinji's fucking problem, is that, like, yeah, he's frustrating and annoying to watch, but that's kind of the point. That he's this kid who's has a lot of trust issues and doesn't know how to fucking trust people, and every time he trusts someone, it's being fucking used. So that's Kazuya's problem right now. And I think in many ways that's probably the setup for Kazuya's current trust is literally being betrayed, right? His trust in Ruka got betrayed. He let Ruka into his home. He trusted her. He thought she was a good girl. He thought she wasn't going to do anything, and she betrays his trust. So naturally, Kazuya's trust issues get fucking worse. He trusts Minnie. He opens up to Minnie about stuff. And what does Minnie do? Minnie makes him feel a little worse about opening up to her, that it's kind of his fault, right? She unintentionally gives him all the wrong signals for opening up to her. Chizuru wants him to open up to her, but then feels like she can't ask him to. In so doing, she makes him not trust her. Because she says one thing and then does another. The way Kazuya looks like it's all talk but no bite is literally Chizuru's problem. It looks like it's all talk, no bite. And that's the point. It's meant to. It's meant to. Chizuru is meant to look like she's not actually doing the thing. And that's her mistake. Because technically that's exactly what she's doing. Right? That's exactly technically what she's doing. It's all just talk. She's not actually doing anything. You are somewhat correct in that regard, in that assessment. You can gain trust by doing enough to show somebody you are the same page. It doesn't need to be agreeing all the time, but you can find the common respect to agree and disagree and not let that define how you see the other person. Relationships is a Pandora's box. Normally you don't need to open it, but with a relationship you absolutely have to open Pandora's box. Kinda, but I think you made some... There's a problem with this assessment. In particular, it's the idea that you just think Kazuya believes this and agrees with it. When it comes to trust, you kind of want the other, like especially when you have trust issues, a huge part of it comes from the fact that you want to feel the other person is on the same page as you, that you agree and believe the same thing. And unfortunately, Chizuru gets that from Kazuya, but he doesn't get that from her. That's kind of the problem. Chizuru gets that a lot from Kazuya. He never gets that from her. And that's kind of the issue in the current relationship. I recall, like, Chizuru's birthday, for example. I recall in the end of Chizuru's birthday, some people were, like, criticizing Chizuru, or criticizing the writing more particularly, for Kazuya freaking out at the end of the birthday. Like, he just gave her a gift, and instead he's freaking out while she's happy. And it became a reoccurring pattern that readers didn't like. They're like, it's just this constantly. Now looking back at it, I'm like, oh, Reiji was doing that on purpose. It's funny because it's the gag, right? To you as the reader, it's the gag, right? So let me show you what I'm talking about. Right? To you as the reader, it's the gag. You're like, oh, it's just a running gag. It's a familiar thing that you're comfortable with, right? You're getting this familiar thing that you're just very, very comfortable with. Right? Kazuya gives her this gift. She's happy by the end, and he's freaking the fuck out. Except there's a point to this. Yes, it's a familiar gag, and you're comfortable with it. But the relationship is broken. Because by the end of it, she ends up happy, and he ends up freaking the fuck out. And while that's fine sometimes, you know, especially like when it's the start of a relationship, at this point, it's not a good thing. And Reiji is ironically setting that up perfectly to show that this is not a good thing. That, like, now looking back at it, some of these readers were kind of right, but maybe not in their diagnosis, but their assessment, right? So in their in they were right in the symptoms, they were not right in their diagnosis. That, yeah, there's something wrong with this, absolutely. And you think it's just repetition. Reiji, in reality, is intentionally showing repetition to criticize it. He's intentionally showing a form of repetition where at the very end of the arc, Chizuru is happy, Kazuya is upset, to show the problem. And they're not on the same page. They are on completely different fucking pages. That there is an inherent broken trust issue that Kazuya can never trust her word. And Reiji repeatedly shows you that to create a pattern. To show the broken foundation and to reconstruct it later. To be like, here, look at this more clearly. I can relate to the trust issues. I personally have been burned by just about everybody in my life to a point. I live with my head on a swivel, and I find it hard to trust people. Just understand, like what Chizuru says isn't inherently wrong. It's like everybody has different beliefs, but there are people you can like I think trust is a layered thing where you can trust people in certain aspects, but you don't have to trust them with literally everything. I think when you find a partner, you should be able to trust them with everything, but it's not always like that. Like I think like my mom, I feel like I can trust her with a lot of stuff in my life. I don't tell her absolutely every little detail, but I try to tell her a decent amount of my life stuff. In that same way, like I feel like, but the people at my work, for instance, I don't tell them everything. I trust them to some degree, but I don't tell them everything, and they're younger than me, so like I create this like boundary. It's more so about learning how to manage trust based on who you're interacting with, rather than to either blindly trust someone or to just not trust anyone. Just kind of learn how to like trust is like a gauge. You know, you learn to let out a little bit and you learn to not let out too much. And I think Reiji talks about that very well with Chizuru's character, where Chizuru is a character that works a job where trust is like almost a thing she must learn to balance and control. And I think no better scene really reflects that than when Chizuru and Kazuya are in here, the beginning of this. So this is chapter 374 or 73, sorry. And this is the very beginning when Chizuru and Kazuya were interacting. And look at Chizuru here. She absolutely does not trust him. Chizuru absolutely does not trust Kazuya at the beginning of the series, and this is a cool recontextualization, where at the time we didn't see Chizuru's perspective. Here we're seeing Chizuru's perspective. She absolutely did not trust him in the beginning of the series. And she smiles, and Kazuya felt like the smile was fake. Now it's the opposite. She absolutely does trust him, right? And she's opening up about things she's not comfortable with. And she's learning to open up and like really let him in. Like she opens up a lot more. This contrast was intentional. The beginning, she didn't trust him at all. Now she absolutely does trust him a lot more. Every single part of her actions conveys how much she trusts him. But she's not doing things because she doesn't want to hurt him, which conveys a sort of lack of trust. She trusts him, but in many ways also gives out signals she doesn't trust him. So it creates a paradox. This is contrasted to Kazuya now, where at the beginning, he's sharing a lot, right? He's sharing a lot. And here, he's getting what he wants, but he doesn't trust her. He ironically trusted her a lot more at the start of the series, whereas now he doesn't really trust her. And I think that's really interesting as a contrast, right? To this day, Chizuru still has not used that ticket. Yep. I think the ticket's going to come out in like a very sweet way. Using a familiar gag to show a new dynamic. Correct. Good job. That's a good read, yes. It's a familiar gag to lean you into a sense of comfortability, not realizing what he's actually showing you. Reiji is the type of writer who loves to subvert things and play with dynamics and tropes. Reiji intentionally shows very familiar tropes to mess with them. I think this is why I like him and Nomura so much. So Tetsuya Nomura, the director of Kingdom Hearts, is probably my favorite fucking director. For the longest time, I thought it was Kojima. I'm pretty sure it's Tetsuya Nomura. I'm gonna be fucking real. I think Tetsuya Nomura is like my favorite fucking director. Kojima now I kind of think is a little pretentious. And like his shit is just too much like movies. Nomura, I like him because of how subversive he is. Nomura loves to fucking subvert things. He loves to take things that you think you understand and just absolutely subvert the ever living fuck out of them. Which is kind of why I love Kingdom Hearts. It's subversive in that it's so inherently honest. That's what made Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 like so fucking good. And like a lot of the side games, I think 3 has a lot of that DNA, but like how it's executed is just kind of rough. And when you realize 3 had a lot of like when you realize 3 had a lot of development issues, it makes a lot of sense, you know. But that's why I love Kingdom Hearts so much as a series, is that it's so unabashedly honest and at the same time incredibly subversive in how it executes things, you know. And that's kind of why I've always wanted to see like one of Nomura's works like be just completely his to completely do something with. Unfortunately, he's just never really gotten to do that. Hopefully, we'll get to do that with Kingdom Hearts 4, but we'll see. They're never on the same page, which is just sad. It's not that they're never on the same page. The tragedy is there are times where they're absolutely on the same page and they just don't realize it. In fact, I would argue a lot of them living together is literally them on the same fucking page and they don't realize it. Like they're literally believing the same fucking thing and they just don't notice it. And that's, I think, what makes the cohabitation so awesome. It's a complete flip of everything before, where they are on the wrong page. Prior to the story, prior to Hawaiians, so much of it is literally them being on the wrong page. So much of Hawaiians is literally them being on the wrong page. Living together is the opposite. Living together is actively showing you how they're consistently on the same fucking page. Like, just all the time. They just believe they're not. And so their reactions are completely wrong and completely different and fundamentally misunderstand everything. It's showing how despite, like, being literally wanting the same fucking thing, they're doing the opposite of that. And so doing perfectly capturing the hedgehog dilemma, which is why there's a comparison to Evangelion so much. Why there's a consistent comparison to Evangelion. That so much of Evangelion is literally the hedgehog dilemma. And like people wanting the same exact thing and not being on the same page. I disagree. Competition, they are not on the same page. Kazuya doesn't understand the investigation and thinks there's a point system. That's what he believes, even though he knows otherwise. Because Chizuru constantly tells him that's not the case. And then Kazuya goes back to the point system. He lies to himself. But when they're living together, the things they want are the same. Like everything in the cohab, the things that they're doing are the same. They want the same exact thing. They're trying to do the same exact thing for each other. You're looking at the symptoms. Him thinking the investigation is one thing when it isn't fits the problem perfectly because Chizuru doesn't know what the investigation is. Kazuya doesn't know what the investigation is and comes to a conclusion because Chizuru doesn't know what the investigation is. She literally says it multiple times. She doesn't know. She has no clue what the investigation is because she doesn't know what love is. So how can you fucking investigate? She tells him multiple times, I don't know what the fucking investigation is. So how could he know? Therefore, they're technically thinking the same thing. Heck, if you go throughout the day, wouldn't she constantly think to herself, what if he doesn't like me? So Kazuya is saying, what if I lose points with her? Is literally her thinking the same thing without the points. Here, I'll even show you proof. What if this date doesn't go well? What if he loses feelings for me? No, don't be stupid. I'm overthinking this. Kazuya throughout the day is constantly, oh, what if I lost points? What if she doesn't like me anymore? Both of them need to come to terms with the fact that, like, okay, they might not like you, and they might lose feelings for you, and that's fine. That's okay. You need to dig into those uncomfortable feelings. There's a point to the investigation and the point system thing. It's just the symptom of the problem. They do think the same thing. It's just the label is slightly different. They are exactly thinking the same fucking thing. The label's just slightly different. That's all. Why did Kazuya start to not trust Chizuru? Was it after the 3-month ghosting? Hawaiians. It's not the 3 months. 3 months is just a symptom of the problem. It's Hawaiians. Kazuya tells you after the 3-month time skip when he's talking to Minnie, he literally tells her, "I thought she rejected me," and it's because he literally got the same experience he got with Mami with Chizuru, where but like on such a larger scale that it's just 10 times worse, where he got so close, he invested so much, he felt like they were on the same fucking page. He genuinely believed they were on the same page, and they kind of were. But then it all went wrong. And he thought he got rejected, and he thought she hated him. And she never said anything to otherwise. You know, she never said she hated him, but she never said she liked him either. So naturally, he leans into the conclusion he initially assumed, which is she didn't like him, even though she kissed him. You see how Kazuya develops trust issues? He gets one signal and then gets another. He gets one signal and then he gets another. So naturally, he developed trust issues, not realizing why this is happening. Why does he keep getting mixed signals? Why is all of this going on? That one, Chizuru doesn't know what love is. Two, dude, your crazy ex is fucking after her. But he doesn't want to delve into that because that would explore a very messy and uncomfortable reality. That love is not clean. That love is not what you think it is. That it can be very messy and uncomfortable. It explores the reality of what Kazuya experienced in Hawaiians, that he wasn't simply the victim. Your mind wants to stay the victim. Your mind kind of works against you. It like when you're the victim of a situation, it wants to say the victim. It wants you to believe you're in the right. So your mind naturally leans into that interpretation. That's kind of Kazuya's issue, is that like he was really badly hurt, and rather than delve into that pain and really explore it and try to understand what happened to him, he would rather remain a victim. That is the sad reality of a lot of victims. I've been through this myself. It's so much easier to just stay the victim rather than really get into why you're a victim. Where did this pain come from? What caused this pain? Why are you feeling the way that you're feeling? Why are you reacting the way that you're reacting? Delving into that is very uncomfortable. It's very, very, very uncomfortable, you know? And I think Kazuya doesn't want to delve into that because he doesn't want to experience that pain anymore. So naturally, he stays in his coping mechanism. His coping mechanism being not delving into that uncomfortable shit. He comfortably lives in his coping mechanisms, and I think that's the point. His trust issues started with Hawaiians, and he doesn't want to address it because that would mean going back to that pain that made him want to die. You know? Like, he doesn't want to do that. He does not want to go back to this pain that fucking sucks. He's already done it once. Okay? He did it once with Mami, and he did it again with Chizuru, and with Chizuru is so fucking painful that he never wants to experience it again. The problem is he's never going to get anywhere unless he experiences it again. That's kind of the tragedy. He's never going to get anywhere unless he addresses this and finds out what the fuck he wants. Because it like you said, it's kind of like Pandora's box. You kind of really got to delve into all the pain and misery to get to the thing in the very, very back. That is the piece of hope that's left in the back to see what the fuck is there. I say it isn't until the movie arc when Chizuru trusts Kazuya enough to reveal certain things, but not fully trust that. I don't think come to later her grandma. I don't agree. Chapter 59. Or not 59. It's like 60. Yeah, I think it's like 59 or 60. That already disproves your point. Heck, even further than that. So I'll show you 59. 59 already disproves your point. Or 58. She goes to him when she loses her keys. 59, she walks into his house. You don't go into a dude's house if you're a girl and you don't trust this person. You don't just walk into a dude's house if you don't trust this person. Like, are you fucking kidding? This is Chizuru. She works a rental job where she must be very careful with who she trusts and how she trusts people. And you think she would just walk into this dude's house? You must be out of your goddamn mind if you think she doesn't fucking trust him. Literally right after, like 2 chapters after, she opens up about her grandmother and her stupid dream. And this cringy dream that she feels absolutely insecure about. And she tells him about it. I don't think anybody else knows this. I don't think Umi knows this. I know Umi knows about her grandma because she tells everyone about her grandma. I don't think Umi knows about her dream. All right, we can check. Like, I'm not sure. We could check. Chapter 178 probably could tell us. Right here. Tell you the truth, I respect you a lot. She's a fantastic actress, but she was in a really tough situation. But you put your head down, put together a crowdfunding campaign, and pulled it off superbly. You kept chugging right to the end and made a movie. It's not just anyone could do that. It's really incredible. Maybe he knew about the dream. Right? Maybe he knew about the dream. Seems like he kind of knew about it at the very least. Okay. So that's already proof 1 that she trusts him. Like, she wouldn't go into his house if she didn't fucking trust him. Okay. Counterpoint 2. As early as chapter 41, what does she do? She sends him to meet Sumi. Chapter 41 of the series. She trusts him with Sumi. If she didn't trust Kazuya, why the fuck would she have him meet and help Sumi? Think about that for a second. Why the fuck would she do that if she didn't trust him? Like, you just left your junior in this dude's hands. And if you didn't trust him, I would have serious trust issues with you. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Why would you leave Sumi with him if you didn't trust him? She trusts him. Okay? She didn't have expectations per se, but she trusts him. I would say Chizuru really started trusting Kazuya. I think maybe here. You know? I think maybe here is where she kind of somewhat started trusting him. Like, this is kind of where it started. And I think when it really solidified is probably my favorite moment in the series. I think this is when Chizuru really started trusting Kazuya. She saw his absolute fucking lowest. She saw his absolute fucking lowest. He stalked her. He did something fucking stupid. He absolutely crossed boundaries. And she still realized, okay, he's a good person. I think this is when she started trusting him. In my opinion. In my opinion, this is when Chizuru really started trusting Kazuya. Chapter 31. But that's my guess. Can Umi help Ruka in a positive way or a negative way? I think it's going to be negative at first. I'm going to be real. I don't know what Umi's plan is. I'm going to be real. I don't know what Umi's plan is. The big thing that I think is really important is the temporary girlfriend thing. I think this is the most important part, the temporary girlfriend thing. Now, why is this somewhat important? Well, there could be a lot of interpretations. Umi hears about a temporary girlfriend thing. Maybe he wants to be a temporary boyfriend. Kind of doubtful, but it's possible. However, there could be an interesting element to this. One, how long was Ruka Kazuya's temporary girlfriend? Like 2 years. It's like a year and a half, 2 years, some shit like that. You were a dude's temporary girlfriend for 2 fucking years. That's kind of crazy. What? So I think that could play a part in it, right? So the immediate assumption would be, oh, Umi would want to be Chizuru's temporary boyfriend. I kind of doubt it. That seems pretty fucking that seems pretty fucking stupid and immature. Like, what would that achieve? She already rejected him. Like I think we have to operate with the idea of Umi's rejection being final, rather than him actually having a chance. We have to operate with that in mind. If we do, we can see the reality of the situation, in my opinion. We have to operate that Umi's rejection is, in fact, final. If we operate with that, I think we can understand the situation a lot better. So why? Umi, in my opinion, when he tells Ruka things, he's using the truth to disguise his lie. He's using the truth that he likes Chizuru to disguise the fact that he wants something else from Ruka, right? He's giving her the illusion that he's doing this because he wants to be with Chizuru. That I don't think is the case. So in my opinion, Umi hearing that Ruka is Kazuya's temporary girlfriend, and it's been going on for a few years now, is kind of baffling considering her age. Then you could have Umi go to Kazuya, and then he finds out that Kazuya is interacting with his ex-girlfriend, Mami. Maybe he doesn't know she's his ex-girlfriend, but he knows Mami is betrothed, right? So she's going to marry someone else. And Kazuya is seemingly hanging out with her? That's sus. Then you have Kazuya hanging out with Minnie, right? Kazuya's like constantly hanging out with Minnie, and Minnie seems pretty fucking into him. Then you see Kazuya going on a rental date with Sumi, right? And that's pretty fucking sus. So he's surrounded by 5 different beautiful girls, and I'm supposed to believe that there's nothing going on? Do you see the setup? Right? Do you see kind of the setup that Ruka may view it one way, but how other people are going to look at Kazuya's situation will be completely different? Does Kazuya sweating up mean anything like on a visual deal? Yeah, so there is a meaning, absolutely. The beginning of the chapter starts with Ruka working hard. She's literally lifting something and then dropping it off, and she says, phew. Right? She's putting in a lot of effort into something. You see her in shadows while she's working out. You cut to Kazuya in the very end of the chapter, and he's literally visually working out. But he is in light, and he is sweating buckets. And he's not working for her. Right? So Ruka at the start, you could argue she's working for him. But it's wasted effort. Right? What Ruka is doing at the start, it's kind of like she's doing that for money, yeah, but why did Ruka start working this job in the first place? To be closer to Kazuya. He's not here. So she's doing this lifting she doesn't fucking need to. It's wasted effort. She doesn't need to work this job. She doesn't need this money. She's a fucking high schooler. She's only working this job to be closer to him. It's wasted effort. You cut to the end of the chapter, Kazuya is working out to get buff for Chizuru. It's a literal parallel to Ruka herself. This is wasted effort. He's wasting his effort on all these wrong things, just as Ruka is his temporary girlfriend. She's not his real girlfriend. I think this is meant to parallel Ruka's literal words. Ruka is not his real girlfriend, she is his temporary girlfriend. So her effort is meaningless. The effort you saw her doing at the start of the chapter is kind of meaningless. Here, Kazuya is putting in all this effort for a fake girlfriend who's not even there and is not even guaranteed. So what the fuck is the point of him working out? Is he even doing it for himself? He's not working out for her. He's not working out for Ruka, that's for fucking sure. Right? He's putting in all this effort, but the irony is his effort that feels very real to you and is for Chizuru is just as fake as Ruka's effort at the start of the chapter. The chapter is Ruka putting in this false fake effort that doesn't matter. Just as the chapter ends, Kazuya is putting in this fake effort that doesn't matter. His eyes are wide open, but he doesn't see anything. He literally doesn't see Ruka talking to Umi. His eyes are wide open and he doesn't see Ruka talking to Umi. In contrast, Ruka starts the chapter being in shadows. She's doing this lifting and never questions, why am I lifting all this? And what happens? Umi drags her to the light. Umi shows up, he's in light, and he enters the shadows, so she is forced into the light. Right? So she's looking down just as Kazuya is looking down. She finished doing her effort, and she's in shadows, but her effort is pointless, and Umi shows her the reality of the situation, contrasted with Kazuya, where he doesn't stop working, right? So Ruka stops, right? Ruka stops at the beginning of the chapter. Kazuya doesn't stop. Ruka stops moving, stops walking, and turns the fuck around to look at the past, despite how uncomfortable it really is. Right? So she's being forced to deal with the pain that she does not like. And she has to look at the reality. So Ruka turns around to face the pain, to face the reality of the situation. Kazuya continues to face forward, never even turns around. He remains in the light, he continues working out, and he keeps lifting weights. He refuses to turn around and face the darkness. Ruka finally did. I think next chapter is going to be important, in my opinion. I think next chapter is going to be really fucking important, in my opinion. Because next chapter comes out just before the cohabitation starts. I don't think that's a coincidence. I do not think that's a coincidence. Maybe Reiji took this break because he's tired from his trip. Maybe Reiji took this break because, he needed more time to get more manuscripts. But it could also be planned. It could also be a break that's timed with the release of the final chapter, with the release of the final episode of the anime. That feels a little too coincidental. It's too well timed. That's too well timed, right? And what does Umi know? Umi knows about them living together. Ruka wants to know what's going on with Chizuru and Kazuya. Wouldn't it be interesting if just as the cohabitation begins in the anime, Umi reveals that they live together? Or Umi learns something else, or Ruka wants to learn something else? Maybe Ruka's the one who's extremely curious, right? Umi constantly says he's curious, but I would argue Ruka is the curious one here. She's the one who came here because she wanted to know something. She came here because she knew she was blind. Ruka showed up here specifically because she knew she didn't know something. And she knew she was blind and she couldn't stay blind forever. And she wanted to learn the truth. This is her accepting the truth that she's his temporary girlfriend, but then now she wants to know what all of his effort is for. I think this is what this is visually showing. If she's his temporary girlfriend, and this effort is not for his temporary girlfriend, then who is it for? this is about this. I believe this is about to be the revelation of why Kazuya is working so hard. Maybe that's what Reiji's setting up, the revelation of why Kazuya is working so goddamn hard. Because Ruka asked him that question when she came to his house. Why are you putting in all this effort? Why are you working so hard? Right? So it makes a lot of sense for that to be the reveal of all this. I honestly feel foolish for not considering Ruka's ambushing and kissing Kazuya at his birthday dinner would lead to and create such a giant mess later on. I mean, it started the movie arc. I would argue Ruka's kiss had a big factor to play in the creation of the movie arc. And the fact that it visually showed you that what she did was wrong, like in Kazuya's reaction, yeah, I think Reiji's meant to make you like he wanted you to feel pretty fucking stupid about it, to not consider it could be a problem. Her eyes are closed and the smile is similar to the recent chapter. Yeah. Okay, so let me see what else I wrote, and then we could go maybe check Reddit. We can maybe go check Reddit, see if I know JoJo last time didn't write something. I don't know if he wrote something this time. Why is Umi helping Ruka when she doesn't stand a chance? Who said he was helping her? Did Umi at any point say he was on Ruka's side? What is the title of the chapter? Two enemies in the same boat. He's not her friend. When did, like, seriously, go back. Did Umi ever say he was on her side? At any point, did he say he was on her side? No. He never fucking did. Like, even Mute agreed with me that, like, the rate of this is that Umi is not her friend. Like, I'm pretty sure Mute said that, like, in his analysis, that Umi is not her friend. He's not what you think he is. He's not her friend. Even though Umi is acting for Chizuru's sake, why is it misleading that he's trying to separate Kazuya and Chizuru? The cover illustration of Ruka, where is it? The idea that Umi learned Ruka's name by... Okay, so we read this. Umi knows that Chizuru was living with Kazuya and that they kissed, and that Chizuru has feelings for Kazuya, but he deliberately uses vague language like they seem to be getting along well when talking to Ruka. This is because he respects Chizuru's sense of morality and doesn't want to easily talk about her private life to others, and he doesn't intend to hurt Ruka. Umi isn't trying to corner Ruka, he's guiding her to realize on her own that I can't beat Chizuru, it's impossible. This isn't Umi's malice, it's to avoid hurting Ruka. He also is balancing things out, talking Chizuru out and Kazuya into the consideration. I somewhat disagree with this. Umi just wants to know what the fuck Kazuya's deal is with Ruka, because it's just weird that he would be with Ruka this whole time. Umi knows about the relationship between Chizuru and Kazuya, so he is curious about the relationship between Ruka and Kazuya, and he has already suspected that Kazuya is two-timing. However, Umi doesn't want to unnecessarily disturb Chizuru by confirming this with her. The reason he doesn't want to stir things up unnecessarily is because he would hurt Chizuru. If Umi wants to separate Kazuya and Chizuru, it would be more convenient for him to stir things up. Because if Chizuru found out that Kazuya was seeing two people at once, her heart would drift away from Kazuya, right? So if Umi really wanted them to break up or wanted to ship Kazuya and Ruka, like, he could have done a lot more. He doesn't. He could have absolutely done more. He doesn't. And I in that regard, I very much agree with Mute. Like, it's like he would have done more. Why would he not do more if he really wanted to be with Chizuru? Umi carefully chooses his words when asking Ruka if Kazuya is getting along well with both of them rather than cheating. This is to confirm Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru. He is not trying to tell Chizuru that Kazuya is cheating. Conversely, if Kazuya were two-timing, he would think that in order to make Chizuru's love come true, he would have to end his relationship with Ruka. This is Umi's role in this situation. Right? So if that's the case, well, Umi could very well be involved in a lot of different things. Who knows? Ruka thinks that Umi likes Chizuru, which is why he's curious about her relationship with Kazuya and asking her questions, and that she might be able to fight alongside Umi. This is where the reader is misled. Umi intentionally misleads you here, right? You're not seeing the truth because Umi got rejected. You just think because Umi doesn't believe in the rejection, he's just ignoring it. That must mean that the reason he's here is to support Ruka and to break Kazuya and Chizuru up. But you're not seeing how all those signs don't make any fucking sense, and how Umi is leveraging the fact that he likes Chizuru as a reason to get Ruka to talk. Right? You can't ever view it this way because your assumption is that Umi must be the bad guy. Not that Umi might be intentionally telling Ruka the truth to disguise the fact that he wants to know what the fuck is going on. And I think that's the truth of the situation, in my opinion. That Umi is intentionally leveraging the fact that he likes Chizuru to get Ruka to talk. And it feeds into your bias of Umi's character, just as it feeds into Ruka's bias into Umi's character. Even though you see a lot of signs that Umi is probably just trying to support them and just trying to get this shit straight, not necessarily to do what you think he's doing. Ruka learns that Chizuru and Kazuya are growing closer, and she calmly reevaluates herself, realizing that she's not Kazuya's girlfriend, that he has never loved her, and that she can't compete with Chizuru. Up to this point, Umi's guidance has been successful. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Umi is merely like pointing out the truth. I don't think he's particularly guiding her in any particular direction. He's just revealing the truth without even realizing it. Ruka senses that Chizuru doesn't like Umi, therefore, even if they fight together and Chizuru and Kazuya are separated, Ruka knows that Chizuru and Umi will never be together, so there's no point in fighting together. Now that Ruka has confessed that she is Kazuya's fake girlfriend, she will probably tell Umi about the circumstances in the next chapter. This is when Umi will learn about Kazuya isn't two-timing him, and that Ruka and Kazuya have a twisted relationship. I don't quite think so. I think he's not going to get enough, and it's going to be confusing. And then if he sees Kazuya with Mami, and the fact that Mami might be like betrothed, that'd be fucking crazy. Do you see how Kazuya could very well be twisted into a villain without Umi even realizing it? Because Kazuya doesn't notice his own actions. Readers who see Umi as a villain will argue that Umi is trying to make Ruka Kazuya's girlfriend, not just a temporary one, so that he can have Chizuru for himself. However, this logic is flawed because even if Kazuya and Chizuru break up, there's no guarantee that Chizuru will fall in love with Umi. Right? It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's stupid. Rather, it's more rational for Umi to think, I want to end this fake relationship and have Chizuru be happy. Ruka's heart is already by the verge of breaking, but Umi still has information that Ruka doesn't know, such as Chizuru and Kazuya living together and kissing. These things might be mentioned in the future development. I agree. I think that's absolutely true. So, let's see. So Ruka, let's see what else I wrote. So I'm just trying to see what else I wrote. So Ruka keeps being too stubborn and trigger happy to keep fighting despite not having a chance. She thinks Kazuya is the only thing she has, while Chizuru has options besides him, aka Umi. Little does Ruka know, Kazuya also has options: Mami, Mini, Sumi. If Ruka realizes that, and worse, that Kazuya treats them better than her, how would Ruka feel? And rather, how would Ruka feel if Chizuru didn't actually have options, right? What if Kazuya is Chizuru's only option, and that Ruka also had a lot of options, and she never considered those either? Ruka might end up fully stalking Kazuya and realizing how alone she really is. Who knows? In this week's chapter, she has also mentioned that Chizuru wasn't interested at first, and at first. She said she was not interested. Only Kazuya said she didn't like... Sorry, one sec. In this week's chapter, Ruka says that Chizuru wasn't interested at first. She said she was not interested only because Kazuya said he didn't like her like that. Right? Chizuru only said she wasn't interested to maintain the lie, not because she actually fucking believed it. But Chizuru was interested. She just told her she wasn't. Not to mention, this is pretty hypocritical of Ruka, considering she wasn't interested at first either. Right? Ruka is just like, oh, Chizuru wasn't interested at first. Why is she fucking interested now? She fell in love with him anyway. But if you remember the start of the series, Ruka called Kazuya a hentai. Then she called him a stalker. And she didn't like him at all at first. She's just like, I don't get why he's so interesting, right? The only reason she got involved is because she heard what Kazuya did for Chizuru. And she knew Chizuru was a rental girlfriend, so she's like, why would he do that? But she wasn't interested at first either. She only got interested because Curry mentioned it. So it's pretty fucking hypocritical to say that Chizuru wasn't interested at first and only became interested because of Kazuya's love for Chizuru. Like, Ruka only became interested because of Kazuya's love for Chizuru. It's pretty fucking hypocritical of her. No one is immediately interested. It doesn't matter when they take action. It only matters if they did. Life isn't fair. Chizuru's actions are counterintuitive because in doing the play, she is hurting her relationship with Kazuya already. So Chizuru says in a previous chapter in 425, Chizuru says something pretty fucking stupid here. But I didn't quite realize how stupid it was until like I pieced it together. Chizuru says right here, right? I want him to see it too. Stupid, stupid. Why am I thinking about this at the studio? That totally defeats the purpose of making him wait. But she doesn't realize that these thoughts are the point. And that the play has no purpose for her unless Kazuya sees it. So making him wait defeats the purpose. So let me read what I wrote here. Chizuru's actions are counterintuitive because in doing the play, she is hurting her relationship with Kazuya already. And not sharing it with him, she is doing the opposite of love. And trying to live up to Ruka and Mami, she fittingly does the opposite of love. Chizuru talks about that her doing the play, she needs to focus on that. Because that defeats because she doesn't, that defeats the purpose of making him wait. Not realizing that making him wait defeats the purpose of the play. So literally her own thoughts are counterintuitive. She doesn't even fucking realize it. That her own thoughts literally defeat the purpose of what she's trying to do. When we were watching the episode, Nagomi calls Kazuya gutless. Yeah, you could argue she made him this way, which is pretty ironic of her. Chizuru doesn't take action, and that seems gutless of her, yet Ruka and Mami also made her this way. So it's pretty ironic of Ruka to criticize Chizuru for doing what would be considered the right thing, yet she thinks she deserves something more because it's the only one she has. Right? So Ruka thinks she's more deserving of Kazuya because it's the only thing she has. Even though that's pretty fucking hypocritical of her, right? She knows what she's doing is wrong. Her reasoning is silly because you could argue Kazuya means more to Chizuru than he does to Ruka, because Chizuru literally has nobody else. Ruka still has family, at least she has friends. Chizuru doesn't even really have that. Chizuru also rejected Umi, something Ruka doesn't know or even consider in her bias, right? So Ruka is like, you know, it's pretty ironic of her to criticize Chizuru for doing what would be considered the right thing, but she thinks she deserves it more because it's the only one she has. Nah, brah, nobody deserves anything. Like, unfortunately, the truth of life is that nobody really truly deserves anything. You know? You work for it, or we do what we think is right. Deserve is just more of an excuse these days. In a dramatic irony, when Chizuru says her ideal couple fight and make up after, Kazuya immediately changes his mind and agrees with her, right? So this is the thing I was talking about earlier. Reflecting how he is doing the opposite of reflecting how he's doing the opposite while claiming to want to do the exact thing. It perfectly reflects the problem of their current situation. Chizuru knows who she is, but doesn't know what love is. Kazuya doesn't know who he is, but knows what love is. In agreeing with Chizuru, he is sharing the feeling with her, as she laughs right after, like she said. However, this disguises the problem, that they did not fight, and so the laughter is one-sided and incomplete, for Chizuru is laughing alone, not with him. Ooh. Oh yeah, this is another thing I noticed that I wanted to talk about. So one thing I talked about during the Odaiba date, here, here I talked about how Kazuya is walking behind Chizuru. So in the past, I've extensively talked about Kazuya's mistake during the date, that he's walking behind Chizuru the whole time, right? I've extensively talked about this issue. He's literally not walking with her. What I failed to talk about is how Chizuru is walking ahead of Kazuya. They are both out of sync. She's walking ahead of him, he's walking behind her. Chizuru walks ahead, closing her eyes, right? She's happy, but he's literally not with her. She's happy on her own. She's feeling things on her own. Kazuya is literally not with her. She doesn't fucking notice. In contrast, Kazuya opens his eyes, but literally what is he doing? He's facing the other fucking direction. He opens his eyes. He realizes he hasn't held her hand, but he wasn't looking at her just as she wasn't looking at him. They're literally out of fucking sync. Completely and utterly out of sync. They go from thinking the same exact thing at the beginning of the date to thinking completely different things by the end of the date. The date literally tears apart everything they understood. So up to the date, as we're building to the date, Kazuya and Chizuru were pretty in sync. For most of the date, I would argue they're kind of thinking similar things, for the most part. And as the date progresses, the further and further you get, the more and more out of sync they get. The more and more they're literally thinking completely different things. Until you get to the end where they are so out of sync that everything tears apart. And it shows how living together meant absolutely nothing because, well, it didn't mean absolutely nothing. It did nothing to the foundation because they were thinking completely different things. And they were experiencing completely different things. Even though they wanted the same thing. Yeah, Chizuru just wanted to be loved, much like Ruka. Yeah, okay, so for 428, the chapter begins in darkness and ends in light. Ruka doesn't know what she's putting all of her effort into, and it ends with Ruka accepting who Kazuya is putting all of his effort into. All the girls are doing what Chizuru should be doing. Oh yeah, that was one thing I want to talk about too. How all of the female characters are essentially doing everything Chizuru wanted to do in their own ways, right? Mommy wanted to ask Kazuya, do I have feelings for you? Just as Chizuru wants to ask Kazuya, do I have feelings for you? Right? Because she doesn't understand her feelings. Ruka does the physical intimacy Chizuru wanted. Sumi wanted to help Kazuya find his answer, just as what did Chizuru want in the fucking day? Chizuru wanted Kazuya to help her find her answer. Chizuru wanted Kazuya to help her confess. Yeah, remember the Sumi date? And I was talking about the Sumi date. It literally informs Odaiba, right? So the Sumi outing, that's literally named the reverse of the Odaiba date. The Odaiba date is called the girlfriend in love. This one is called the boyfriend in love. What does Sumi do in this date? She helps Kazuya confess. What does Chizuru want to do in the date? She wanted to get help to confess, and Kazuya doesn't help her confess. Sumi literally did the thing that Chizuru wanted him to do in the date. What does Minnie do? Minnie spends all of her time with Kazuya. Like, constantly. She constantly spends time with Kazuya. Again, the thing Chizuru is not doing. All of the female characters are literally doing what Chizuru wants to do or should do. Right? Nami directly asks Kazuya if she still has feelings for him. Chizuru doesn't do that. Ruka physically has intimacy with him, right, to the point of forcing him. Chizuru, again, doesn't do that, right? She doesn't engage in anything. She doesn't fucking do anything. Minnie constantly spends time with him. Chizuru keeps her distance because she thinks she would be spoiled if she interacted with him. Then again with Sumi actively puts in an effort alongside Kazuya to help him find an answer. Even though the answer they find is bullshit, at least they found something together. Right? Again, the thing Chizuru didn't do. Sumi, the rental girlfriend, did the thing Chizuru should have done in the date. which is very fucking ironic. So yeah, that stuff. Yeah, now I kind of understand the point of the Sumi date. It all connects. Can't believe I didn't. I can't believe I figured that out randomly on stream. That's hilarious. I randomly figured that out on stream. Okay, I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna take a sec, and then we can go read. Maybe if JoJo wrote anything. So I'll be right back. Oh yeah, I never checked if I got So there's a few things from people that I haven't checked or read yet. I'm gonna check if I got an email from that one guy who always sends me the emails. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember him sending me one when the chapter came out. I can check. I've been so busy, I never even checked. When did the chapter come out? Chapter came out on the 9th. Huh, they never sent me an email. Surprising. They always sent me one before. Largo. That's their name. Largo. Yeah, they never sent me one. That's too bad. Yeah, the last one they sent me on the 2nd. Oh well. Can't win them all. Jorg sent me something on Discord. Let me see if I can read that really quick. What did Jorg say on Discord? He was talking about numbers and how 429 could be read like death with what was it? Shin ni ku, which can be read to die and suffer. I was talking to a Japanese fan, and he said that's 4 and 9 together could be read as to die a painful death, or just a painful death. But he said that 429 might not necessarily mean that. I don't know. That could be the case. But I'm not sure about that. He noticed a lot more things. Chapter starting around chapter 380. Okay. 394. The 9 could represent Chizuru's sadness and inner conflict about her feelings and actions. The 4, the end could symbolize her rejection of Umi. Does she do that in 394? She rejects him in 395. But it's more so to represent the end of like what she's saying. But okay, fair enough. 395, the 9 could represent Chizuru's sadness because she still cannot openly show Kazuya how she feels. No, so 9 does not mean sadness in Japanese. 9 means suffering. Like pain. It uses the word for like suffering, like torture. That's what 9 is. 9 is like synonymous with like pain and torture. So suffering. So sadness doesn't really work here. I would say the 9 chapters all represent a sense of pain and suffering for sure. That's definitely rooted in there. 6 continues the theme of Chizuru's worries and emotional struggle. 6 could symbolize the transition created by Umi's phone call and their impact. So 6 in Japanese is considered a boring number, but it could also be in some ways considered an auspicious number. So I don't know where he's getting that. 7 represents the day becoming reality. Blah blah. Yeah. Okay, we're kind of being a little repetitive now. So 399 is double pain. The new element of the chapter is mommy, which continues dealing with her emotional pain. No, it's just meant to be a lot of pain. So 399 is about pain. 4 at the beginning could symbolize the death of the old Kazuya. The Kazuya we know before is gone. He's changing as a person. So 400, 400, so 4 death and then 00 reset. So that's fair. This chapter 401 to 403, the chapters focus heavily on Kazuya's personality, thoughts, and emotional development. Well, no. 401 to 403 has a lot of layers to it. And it in many ways those chapters are all like connected to the idea of death and how mommy's changing. How 403 is when Ruka tries to have sex with Kazuya and like very much forces herself on top of him. So that's literally representing like a sort of death. 404, the force 4 symbolizes Kazuya's fear that his relationship might be ending. Second 4 could represent the death of the relationship between Kazuya and Ruka. Yeah, okay. The themes surrounding Kazuya's fears and relationship struggles continue. Okay. Really, like not delving super deep into this because there could be more meaning. So 5 and 6 are very often associated with Kazuya's character. So there's that. Kazuya appears emotionally broken and a low point in 407. At the same time, Ruka mentions that she was happy to see him again. 407 is more about luck, so 7 is more of a lucky number. So rather 7 actually 407 focuses a lot more on Ruka. I don't agree with that. 407 is more focused on Ruka's character than anything else, and how Ruka wants to get lucky. Ruka literally says, "If I get lucky," and then she literally runs into Umi. And when Umi shows up here, he doesn't he kind of look like the Grim fucking Reaper? He's wearing all black. Like when he shows up here, he's literally wearing all black. Like he's like the Grim Reaper. Like he's literally walking death. Like I don't know, bro. Like Grim Reaper, black clothing, white head because of skull. I don't know, dude. I'm sensing a lot of Grim Reaper vibes here more than anything. So Ruka thought she could get lucky. In reality, Umi showed up, and you wonder if Umi is that lucky thing she thinks she's getting. Maybe she's gonna get lucky in a different way than she's realizing. 408, Kazi continues struggling with his worries. So 8 is connected to growth, but it's also connected to a loop. So 408, what happens? We kind of loop back a little bit because Kazuya thinks one thing about Umi and he returns to an old cycle. But then change occurs and a growth kind of occurs there that's different from what we expected. But then Umi also ends up seeing Ruka holding Kazuya's arm in 408. Oh my god! Umi talks to Ruka in 428 and he saw her holding his arm in 408. He tells her here why he saw her holding his arm, bro. 20 chapters, 408, 428, come on. And then 409, he's like, I'm gonna support you and Chizuru. 429, watch him kind of wreck Ruka and everybody cheers, but then it's like a bad thing. What if he actually supports them next chapter, but it's like painful in some way? Bro. 409, Kazuya is hurt by what Umi said. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's fine. He doesn't know whether Chizuru might eventually leave him. He assumes. He's also suffering because he cannot see Chizuru. By the end, he remembers that Chizuru rejected Umi. He didn't remember, he learned. No. So 409. 409. Kazuya assumes things, his suffering is unnecessary. Right? It's unnecessary suffering. And Kazuya thinks Umi is like the Grim Reaper because of how he's interacting with him, only to realize Umi was a positive thing. And he's representing his own death and he's supporting him. It's more about unnecessary suffering, I would argue. So 2 chapters we can check are 294 and 249 for next chapter. So we can check those really quick, see if there's anything we can glean. So, Kanojo Okarishimasu. 249 is when they go to Chizuru's house. Or no, 249 is when they lose the apartments. Bro, 249 is when they lose the apartments. Okay, shit. Yeah, so 249 is death. So this is when they lose the apartments. Right? It's when they lose the apartments, so that's fucking sad. Okay, so maybe Ruka could actually lose something. And then 294... Where's 294? Oh my god, again. Chizuru talks to this girl, and she asks her, what's an adult and why are we alive? And and then Chizuru talks about her grandmother and grandpa being dead. And instead of a painful death, she sleeps comfortably. Bro. Okay, next chapter might actually have some, like, sad shit. Damn. Adults get lost too. When bad or sad things happen, they forget what's important to them. They can make their loved ones sad or even get into fights with them. But just know that your mom and dad love you very, very much. Her name is Yuka-chan. Yuka, bro. What if Ruka's parents are like fighting and she wants to run away? Bro, what are the odds, bro? You can't be fucking serious. Bro, what if Ruka's parents are fucking fighting and she wants to run away? Bro. Oh, you can't be fucking serious. Her name is Yuka? Her name is Yuka? Are you fucking serious? Oh, what if this is setting up for Ruka? Oh, what if this is setting up for Chizuru to help Ruka or something? Bro, it's like all there. What the fuck? And then once Chizuru helps Yuka, she's able to sleep a little better. Bro, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So maybe that's the setup. Ruka has like some issues with her parents and she like wants to run away or some shit. Bro. That's interesting. Okay. I mean, there are signs. There's like some signs with Ruka's parents. Like, why would Reiji reintroduce Ruka's parents into the picture? Like he reintroduced Ruka's parents into the picture when he showed Ruka's house again. Then he had Ruka's mom called, and that didn't feel that felt very like coincidental. Like, what the fuck? Why is he all of a sudden bringing back Ruka's backstory? Ruka's backstory was introduced in chapter 28. And then now in chapter 428, like, that seems a little coincidental. Right? So chapter 428, Ruka comes to terms with the fact that she's just a temporary girlfriend. And in chapter 28, we just happen to find Ruka's backstory. Like, that's when Ruka's backstory is first shown. It's chapter 28. I could be right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Ruka's backstory is in chapter 28. Oh my god. 79? Are you fucking serious, Reiji? The first heartbeat Kazuya ever gave her was 79. What is it now? It's 97. Are you fucking serious? At the start of the series, in chapter 428, in chapter 28, she got a 79. Now, in the story, she has a 97? Bro. That is not a coincidence. Painfully lucky? Lucky painful? Bro. So lucky pain? Maybe she's gonna get lucky in getting hurt. Right? She needs to get hurt, wake the fuck up or some shit. It's even referenced too. It's even referenced when she fucking cries. Yeah, it's right there. It's even referenced. Dude, it's even they referenced the first number that made her cry, which is 79. And then now it's 90. Bro. What the fuck? Ruka, don't push yourself. In 28, she found her special someone. And she continues to search for more heart-pounding experiences. What if now that light gets destroyed and she gives up on that? Chapter 29 is when Kazuya sees Ruka with Umi. Do rental girlfriends have boyfriends? Now you flip it. Umi reveals to Ruka that Kazuya and Chizuru are like way closer now. And that could trigger Ruka to stalk Kazuya more extensively. What if Umi telling her about stuff triggers Ruka to stalk Kazuya more extensively? And then she sees Mommy. And then she sees Minnie. Oh god. It took no more than 2 seconds for those dark thoughts to cloud his mind. Oh no. I could see Ruka's mind getting clouded. Didn't we talk about this in DM? We did? Did we talk about this? I don't remember this. I don't remember this. We did? I don't remember that, bro. Like, if we did, cool. I'm not gonna pretend like we didn't. I just literally don't remember. I just straight up don't remember. Something like this, not exactly this. Well, I guess. But yeah, that's crazy. Okay. So, oh damn. Okay. So it seems like there's some setup for this. It would be interesting if Umi's actions don't do anything bad, but rather result in something bad occurring, which is very much in line with Umi's character, right? Umi does what we think is the right thing. In reality, he makes it worse because he leans so hard into Ruka's curiosity because he wants to know, which in turn results in Ruka wanting to know stuff so badly that she might end up stalking Kazuya more. There is precedence for this too, as Ruka suddenly started stalking him. You know, like Kazuya views it as passion, but it was pretty much fucking stalking. Ruka at the start of the series literally started working in Kazuya's job, right? So in chapter 29, isn't this like when Ruka started working in Kazuya's place? No, she came to his school. So in 29, she followed him to school. Oh my god, I didn't even notice. Reiji drew hearts on her hair. Dude, did you notice that? He drew hearts on her hair. And then Chizuru watches from afar. Maybe we could flip that? Where Ruka starts imagining that? Interesting. Right? So now that Ruka has come to terms with the fact that Kazuya and Chizuru might be meeting, her dark thoughts could cloud her mind. And the final straw is when Sumi asks to see Kazuya again. Lol, oh god. Why would Sumi ask to see him again? What would be the trigger? What would be the trigger for Sumi to see him again? That doesn't really make much sense. I don't feel like Sumi would see him again for any particular reason, unless there would be like a reason. Mommy for sure. Like Kazuya hanging out with his ex. So rather than Umi thinks it's something negative, Umi could just be the catalyst. Maybe that's all Umi is. He's merely the catalyst. And rather than Umi doing something, it's actually Ruka doing something. Umi is the catalyst of Chizuru's actions. So rather than Umi doing something, it would be interesting if Ruka ends up doing something and Umi triggered it without realizing. It's the thing I said in the beginning, I think. I'm expecting a rude awakening doomsday scenario where I'm uncomfortable the entire time. I don't know about that. We talk about how your last post on Twitter talk about the next chapter lining up with the last episode where the collapse started. Yeah, what about that? We talked about that. Maybe Chizuru would see it and turns out around she sees Kazuya. I don't know. Chizuru running into them accidentally? Yeah, I mean, possible. Possible. Okay, so let's go see if Jojo wrote anything interesting. Umi said more than he needed to. He claimed that he didn't want to tell Chizuru because he didn't want to upset her, but was it really such a good idea to approach Ruka instead? He was counting on her apparent honesty and naivety, but he didn't expect her to be so stubborn, and in the end, he took more risks than necessary. True. Likewise, Ruka limited herself to judging him based on appearances and approach without looking any deeper. Unlike Umi, who tried to adapt to her profile, Ruka didn't make the same effort. This isn't far from the truth when she says she's wary of him because of his playboy image, especially considering the thing he said during his last conversation with Kazuya regarding women. He clearly knew how to capitalize on his looks and smooth talk nature to become popular, as we've seen in every one of his appearances. He knows perfectly well how to put on and take off a mask whenever it suits him. Example 287. He's a fucking actor. I think you're misattributing the playboy aspect of his character to the fact that he's an actor. I think those are two completely different things. Right? They can be connected, but I think Umi is a lot more honest in certain aspects. What you're describing here in 287, I remember that. That's more of an acting thing rather than a playboy thing. As for the playboy thing, Kazuya literally describes it as Umi doesn't know what he has. Like the way Umi describes it, and I agree with Kazuya on that read, Umi literally doesn't know what he has. He's not actually capitalizing the way that you think. He's an actor in that he knows how to he put on a mask and take it off. I disagree in that he knows how to capitalize on using women the way he's describing. I disagree on that. That's not how I read Umi's character. That is not how I read Umi's character. Umi just does things and they work. And he doesn't know why they work. He's just like, it's always gone like this. It just works. This is normal. He's not meticulously doing stuff. That's Mommy's character. Umi is just doing something and it comes naturally to him. He's not meticulously doing this shit. He is meticulous in how he approaches conversations. Yes, I agree on that front. And he knows how to put on a mask and take a mask off. But I don't agree with the idea that Umi is just like a complete playboy. I don't think so. Yes, he's a playboy. I'm not going to pretend like he isn't. But I don't agree with the idea that he's like a total complete playboy. I don't really agree with that. That doesn't feel like Umi's character to me. She is quite perceptive about that. The problem is that she becomes fixated on this aspect and stubbornly focuses on it without truly questioning the nature of his intentions. She stays at the surface level instead of digging deeper. Worse, she could have simply talked away from the conversation, yet she stayed out of curiosity. She had a reason to remain there, something Umi understood perfectly and took advantage of. As the conversation progresses, Umi stops smiling, and the moment he mentioned Kazuya because he's a mystery to him, and based on what she sees, everything suggests that Kazuya is a liar. Notice that Umi never considers Kazuya directly, never considers asking Kazuya directly. Instead, he chose to approach a completely stranger. I still maintain that it's possible he even doubts the kiss happened. He mentioned that it didn't fit the image he has of Chizuru. At the same time, however, he sees Kazuya displaying all the characteristics of a playboy. And if Kazuya really were a playboy, then why would Chizuru have rejected him? What does she see in that guy? Because he made a move on? Because he made a movie for her? She's looking, so she's just like every other woman, but if that's the case, then maybe I still have a chance. No, no, no. Umi is actually giving Ruka an opportunity to come down from her fantasies. He was the only person who treated her like an adult and had a genuine conversation with her. I mean, even if it involved friction. Especially as he can be, he showed her a certain degree of respect, unlike Mami, who tried to exploit her feelings in order to recruit her to her side. No, I don't think Umi is doubting the kiss happened. I think he genuinely believes the kiss happened. I don't think he's doubting the kiss. I disagree on that. Reed, I think the kiss happened. He just doesn't understand what the fuck is going on with Ruka. Right? Because if the kiss happened, was the kiss not genuine? To Chizuru, the kiss might have been incredibly genuine. It looked genuine to Kazuya, but some stuff is weird, you know? The way Kazuya looked too is could look a little suspicious to Umi as well. You know, he turns his eyes away. He didn't seem very honest. Um, Ruka isn't ready to accept that yet. Deep down, she knows she has only accelerated the end of her relationship, but she will most likely try to buy herself more time, which is why the word temporary is so important. The term can be interpreted in two ways as I see it. She wants to end the current arrangement in order to become a real girlfriend, which would mean she's still running forward without addressing a reality. She herself acknowledges that there will still eventually be an end, in which case she would be moving towards acceptance. It's a bit of both. However, there's clearly seen that she hasn't shown any sign that would suggest she's ready to give up. She continues searching for external explanations for her failure, as her internal monologue suggests, but she knows that the moment she does, it will mark the end of the world. Okay. He's not the new mommy, he's the upgrade. Sorry, I'm not going to read that. No, he's not mommy, he is her opposite. He is not mommy, he is her opposite. And I just don't agree with that read. It's a very boring read. If Umi just ends up like straight up, if Umi just ends up being an upgrade of mommy, I'm disappointed. That is not Reiji's writing style, and I would genuinely be disappointed if Umi just ends up being a new mommy. I would just straight up be disappointed. That is not how he's written Umi's character. That is not how I interpret him writing Umi's character. I've never read Umi's character like this. The only times I've ever seen Umi like this is when people like wouldn't shut the fuck up about it, and then I started like saying, okay, maybe you're right. Oh my god, maybe that's what this sign means. And then I kept listening to stupid people and then just disagreed with it eventually. I seem to always come back to this read that this is not Umi's character. Every time people like never shut the fuck up about it and try to convince me as hard as possible that Umi is this bad guy who's like this evil, meticulous fucking planner. And I'm just like, fine, I'll listen to you guys. And then I listen, and then I give it another shot. I'm like, wait, this is fucking stupid. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Because he's had so many opportunities to do horrible things and he never did. So I just don't believe it. I more so believe that Umi is a very awkward person who doesn't recognize his actions very well, and that parallels Kazuya incredibly well. I think if that's the case of Umi's character, he represents Kazuya's flaws as a character. He doesn't recognize the consequences of his actions. He doesn't see what his actions do. He doesn't realize the way he's approaching things can cause more problems. And I think that perfectly encapsulates Kazuya's character, because if Mami is Chizuru's mistake, then Umi in many ways captures Kazuya's mistake. Right? Mami represents an aspect of Kazuya of his mistakes as well as Chizuru's mistakes. She's Chizuru's dark reflection. I would argue maybe Umi is Kazuya's dark reflection. That he does what Kazuya wants to do, and he has privilege in a different way, but he doesn't realize the consequences of his actions and the problems with approaching things in certain ways, just as Kazuya doesn't. I think that is Umi's character. I think Umi is a lot more genuine than people realize. He just doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, and it's causing more problems. Because that is basically what he's done the whole time, right? He's caused problems this whole time because he doesn't see what he does. And I think in many ways, he could reflect Kazuya's own internal conflict of not necessarily knowing who he is. You know, Umi seems like Kazuya's total opposite in every regard. He seems to know exactly who he is. He seems to know exactly what he wants. What if Umi doesn't necessarily know who he is? You know, that would be kind of interesting. You know, he could capture the idea of Chizuru's character that, like, he doesn't know what love is. But what if Umi acts as a flip of Kazuya's character where he doesn't know who he is? You know? But that might necessarily be the case. You know, maybe that might necessarily be the case. Because Mommy right now doesn't know who the fuck she is. You know? But she seems to somewhat recognize love when she sees it. You know? She questions if she still loves Kazuya. But she doesn't, she seems to not know who she is. I think maybe Mommy does know who she is. She's just not honest about it. I think Mommy does kind of know who she is. She's just not honest about it. Kazuya in reality doesn't know who he is, but he does what love is. Umi, in contrast, seems like he knows who he is. And he knows what love is. What if Umi doesn't know who he is? He just thinks he does. What if Umi just thinks he knows who he is? Maybe he doesn't. That would be a very cool twist. You know, that Umi doesn't know who he actually is. He doesn't see his actions the same way that we see his actions. And that would be a really interesting twist to Umi's character, that, like, he doesn't understand them the way that we do. He thinks what he's doing is normal. It's not normal, and the way other people view him is not the same way as we view him. That would be kind of an interesting twist, you know? I think that would be interesting, personally, you know? Maybe Umi's starting to know who he is? It's kind of hard to know because we don't have enough on Umi's character, but he seems to be the flip of Kazuya, right? So Mami is very much Chizuru's dark reflection. You know, she's Chizuru in different circumstances. Umi seems to be, in my opinion, he seems to have all the traits Kazuya wants to have. But what if he's still not getting what he wants? Right? He seems to have all the traits that Kazuya has. Or sorry, all the traits Kazuya wants, but he's still not getting what he wants. Right? He seems certain he loves Chizuru, but maybe he doesn't know what he actually wants. I think Umi's character has the potential to be really fucking interesting if he acts as Kazuya's inverse. Right? I think Umi's character could be very, very interesting if he acts as Kazuya's inverse rather than being Mommy 2.0. I don't want a Mommy 2.0. I'm gonna be fucking serious. I don't want a Mommy 2.0. Mommy was effective because she was special, and there weren't a lot of characters like her. I like that we got Miho, and she's a basic bitch. Like, Miho is weak as fuck. You know, Miho's a big fucking coward. She's weak as fuck. You know, she could spin like a whole fucking thing with the entertainment industry, but she's weak as fuck. I don't find her interesting. You know, she was meant to be like this character that it was meant to represent a possible conflict for Chizuru, but wasn't really at the same time. Umi, I think, would be so much more interesting if he didn't realize he was bothering Chizuru. He would be so much more interesting if he was doing literally what Kazuya wanted to do and he was bothering Chizuru and he didn't realize it. That would be so interesting. I think that would thematically fit with so much of Umi's character throughout the story, right? Like when they were doing the what do you call it? When they were doing the play in chapter like 52, Umi, remember I talk about this a few times now. Umi gets the Shiho, I think that's her name. Is it Shiho? Yeah, Chishan, something like that. That's her name. She gets that girl who got Shizuru's spot to call her and say thank you. And I'm like, bro, have you not considered that could make Shizuru feel fucking terrible? And Kazuya is trying to mimic Umi right now, and he's literally not considering how his actions might be bothering Chizuru, or might be bothering other people. So I think that makes a lot of sense to me. That Umi doesn't realize he's bothering people. That Umi's not processing he's fucking bothering people because he considers what he's doing as normal. That seems way more interesting to me than being Mommy 2.0. That he represents Kazuya's flaws. Ugh. Oh, JoJo didn't write anything. Well, shit, bro. Damn, JoJo didn't write anything. That's surprising. Maybe I need to reset it? Huh. That is surprising. Missing the direct layup being set up. I'm not saying this is correct, by the way, it's just a possibility. What if this whole conversation will lead Shizuru to finally go after Kazuya? JoJo took a break. Seems like it. Yeah. I took a break too. I kind of fucked off for like a few days. I took a break. In my break, I ended up finishing Baki the Grappler. So this is the original Baki anime that like came out a while back. It was so hard to watch, not because it was like there was anything bad in it, but because it's like non-available on most platforms. It's like really hard to fucking find. So I had to like find it online. And dude, the player kept crashing. There were so many fucking problems. I couldn't find a good site to watch it on. It was such a fucking pain. And then season 2, where it's called like Maximum Tournament or some shit, had so many problems. Like what the fuck? It had so much animation issues. The opening is like this CGI mess. It was so fucking weird. But it had like an interesting charm to it. Now I got back to the Netflix Baki, and it's even weirder. Netflix Baki is so jarring. I think not only thematically because of the fucking story, but like just also what it does. It's just really strange. Like it's just it feels so completely different from the earlier season, and it feels so much more batshit insane. And I also don't like some of the character designs. Like the way they draw women in the Netflix Baki fucking sucks. The girls in like in Baki the Grappler were actually like super fucking cute. They were actually really cute. But then the girls in like Baki, like the Netflix anime, oh my god, they're Jesus, what did you do to these poor women? They look fucking horrendous. Like I think this character designer can do like men characters, like masculine Baki characters, but I don't think this dude should have been like whoever this person was. I don't think they should have been designing the female characters. I don't think so. I think that was a bad fucking idea. Uh, so yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Are you doing another Final Fantasy VII stream this week? Well, tomorrow we gotta watch the anime. So tomorrow we get another episode. So we're gonna watch that tomorrow. Um, when would I mean, we have a few days, so I could do another stream. I would like to keep going with Final Fantasy VII. I think I would probably just focus on Final Fantasy VII for a bit. That might be a good idea instead of playing like Smash and shit. Um, but I'm not sure. I do also want to write my thread. What about Steins Gate? Oh yeah, we said we wanted. So I was talking to Eddie Man over here, and I was considering watching Steins Gate on stream, and I think that could be fun. I think that could be fun. So I think I could do that. Like I at some point I do want to watch Steins Gate as well. So that's a thing I definitely want to do. Um, weirdly, I think I own. Hold on. Hold on one sec. Dude. Dude. I own the original fucking novel, or the whatever it's called, visual novel. I own the original fucking visual novel. That's crazy. I think I bought this like right after. I was like super into it. Yeah, I was like super into it, so I ended up buying the visual novel. Never played it, by the way. I did want to play the original. I never played it. I know you could get a weird version of it now. You can get like a weird version of it on like the PlayStation Store, but it has like all the anime designs instead of the original designs, and I don't know why the fuck that is. I heard it's worse. I heard the visual novel series that you can get from the PlayStation Store is like worse somehow. Can I get it on Steam? There's an updated version with new material. Yeah, I know they have a remake. I bought the remake, or I pre-ordered it. Sorry. So here, let's check Steam. Steins Gate. So this is the original. Well, they had, okay. Did they have the original? It is. Okay. Oh, there's dates. Oh, what? Ooh, fuck you. Wait, it takes place in July? Wait, the series fucking takes place in July? Wait. Motherfucker. Wait, motherfucker. Okay. Oh yeah, what's Steins Gate Zero is like the alternate universe where he didn't do the thing or some shit like that. And then Steins Gate Elite is like this like weird version that uses the anime cutscenes. I heard this version is so much worse. I heard Steins Gate Elite is like so much worse for some reason. I don't know why. People told me it's a lot worse. And then what the fuck is this? This like a goddamn sequel? The fuck is this? Okay, so I wonder if this girl's supposed to be Minnie. I wonder if Minnie's supposed to be this girl. I fucking forgot her name. My darling is oh my god, how many of these are there? How many of these are there? Bro. How many of these are there? How many of these are there? Jesus. $29. Seems a little expensive. Yeah. It is cool that I own this though. I went through a thrift store yesterday. Or not yesterday, it was like 2 days ago. I went to a 3 days ago? Maybe it was 3 days ago. I went to a thrift store 3 days ago, I think. And I found a copy of Knights of the Old Republic, the Star Wars game. Like, I was just like, what the fuck? Why is this here? And then I'm just like, how much does it cost? Like $5. And there's just a copy of Knights of the Old Republic in this place. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay. $5 purchase. All right. It probably costs a lot fucking more. So that was fucking weird. Okay, so let's read this last comment. Stay with me here for a second. Let's say Ruka goes off the rails, which I'm sure we all can imagine, and mentions to Umi about how close her and Kazuya are, something along the lines of sexual partners. Then Umi imagines rushing to Chizuru, thinking he found the key to winning her over, but okay, whatever. Chizuru freaks out hearing about this. Then remembers the condom scene going after Nagomi grandma died, not knowing if it's true. She goes off to find out. This leads her to confront Ruka about Kazuya, but how would this be a problem? You know, how would this be a problem? You see, this is the problem with this. It's like, I don't see this as the problem. I don't think I don't think this is the case. I don't think this is the case. You know, I actually don't think this is the case. This is too clean. The problem is what I think this is the issue I'm having with a lot of people's interpretations, as well as some of my own that I've come to. It's too clean. This is not meant to be clean. The whole point of this arc is that it's dirty, messy, weird, and fucking uncomfortable. And what people are describing here is just too fucking clean. So I'm just not vibing with that. Now I know someone said some stuff on the Discord. Okay. Chizuru needs some time to process things because the problem came one after another. I haven't had a chance to breathe, but things changed and she got a chance after God to go her actions. Sometimes Chizuru can be so respectful as other people's feelings of Ruka and Mommy, and sometimes love can go to war. Blah, blah, blah. Again, I totally understand Chizuru's actions, but it doesn't mean she won't make her bad decisions at the time. First of all, Ruka is the one who deserves to give her direction and not to Umi. Blah, blah, blah. What's going on? People have taken Reiji's. Many people have taken Reiji's bait since chapter 29 about him, and I already warned people back then it was proper for one day. About Ruka, I simply say that many people don't want to understand who she really is and what I did to her story. This specifically shows how the readers or the characters in the story are thinking about Kazuya. I said Ruka, she saw the end, she didn't face it, which I still believe. He says, wrong. Sorry for that to be saying, but she is still telling everything we know. She fell apart when she saw the kiss and how all her hopes and the paradise tried to give her fall apart. There's no way to explain to her what we see. The newest covers only confirm that. Ruka's literally turning away. Ruka's literally turning away. She's not facing reality. She's fucking running. The whole point of the cover is literally she says, I want to run away. Some even cling to a tiny thread to leave them some hope for their success, and Ruka gets this from Chizuru as well as Umi. Also, even no, Ruka gets this from Kazuya, not Chizuru or Umi. She uses people as an excuse to justify her behavior. It doesn't mean it's okay. She gets rejected, and she still sees Chizuru through her doubts, and even with Kazuya, Chizuru's determination is zero, and there are only fears to move, which blah 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 blah. Paranoid relationship people focus on little things, and so trapped. Blah blah blah. Thanks to this guy, he gave 2 of the best dates. God bless him, the bad boy. What? Last day and the cheer update are fantastic in their own ways, but the Tigers party and kindergarten dates so natural that they brought a bigger change with them than how Chizuru invited Kazuya to these. They don't care about some people thought of them. The kindergarten date just happened as a byproduct of Umi's actions. The Tiger's Den, I mean, sure. Tiger's Den did help Kazuya find an answer. Yeah, like I mean, every time Umi shows up, he helps. I'm just confused about what we're disagreeing on here. This is this person named Tsukiyomi. I'm like reading what they wrote. I have like a hard time understanding them, and I don't really agree with a lot of their stances. Like, I just disagree with a lot of their approaches. Like, they even use AI sometimes. I'm like, just please don't do that. Just also be warned for anyone here. Like, just understand, I just don't support AI, and I never will. Like AI, look, like I understand sometimes like people use AI to like make certain things easier for themselves. Like I can understand people using it to like help them with writing, but not to write for them. Like it can help you create a structure or some shit, and it helps you like that. I can understand its appeal in certain workplaces that makes certain jobs easier, but I don't like AI art. I don't like when people have Chat GBT write their thing for them instead of thinking for themselves. That stuff's frustrating. Like, for instance, like my mom's job uses AI. And I can kind of like understand that, like they AI makes certain parts of their job easier, but it's not like doing the work for them. They're still doing the work. It's just streamlining certain shit that's like in the way. That I can kind of understand and like kind of somewhat get behind. The problem is a lot of how AI is utilized is a big fucking problem. You know, sorry to get into this big fucking tangent. Didn't mean to. This was just one thing I was like talking to with this particular person. They kept like posting AI images, and I couldn't tell initially. I'm like, something feels weird about this image, and I can't tell what the problem is. And then they posted one where I was like, okay, I can very much clearly see the AI now, and I'm like, okay, please remove that. And then how we communicate just also feels very strange sometimes, but that's a whole other matter. Yeah, I don't know what else to talk about regarding this chapter for now. I did want to write something. Tomorrow we have the anime, so tomorrow we have the next episode. Um, I haven't written a thread in a while, so I do definitely want to see if I can write a thread at some point. I was hoping to do it before the stream today, but I didn't get to, unfortunately. And yeah, because we have this big break, it's just all been a little weird. So tomorrow we're gonna stream the anime. I don't know how. I'm gonna do Final Fantasy VII. You know, actually, hold on. So hold on, gang. I'm gonna turn off my camera really quick. I'm gonna turn off my camera just really fast. I'm gonna just check my schedule. Yeah, I don't even know when I'm gonna stream tomorrow, so I need to check my schedule and see what the plan is. Okay. Okay, schedule. Where's my schedule? Okay. So Wednesday. Oh, I don't even open. What the fuck? Well, this is a weird schedule. What the fuck? Okay. So 6:15. Okay, maybe I can work with some people then. Probably not actually. Fuck. Okay. Well, tomorrow's gonna be weird. So maybe I can stream tomorrow at either 12 or 1. So let's see. Google Docs and then Sheets. Okay. So Wednesday. Tomorrow I can maybe do 12 to 1 anime watch. Okay. So that's tomorrow. Thursday. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, Thursday. Oh my god, it's even shorter. What the fuck? So Thursday, either analysis or FF7. One or the other. Either analysis or Final Fantasy 7. Not 100% sure. What's Friday like? Another one. Wow. Okay. So Friday could be. Oh, yeah. So this would be also like 12. 12 to 1. Analysis or FF7. Friday. So Friday is my birthday. I'm not gonna guarantee a stream Friday because it's my birthday. But if I don't have, like, if my family isn't here yet, I might stream. Not guaranteed. So, not certain. I might stream like near the end of I might stream near the end of the day just to hang out with you guys. Like after I do something with family maybe. That's if they're home. Um or might not do something. I might want to like hang out with you guys just like a little bit on my birthday, but I'm not 100% sure. Saturday. Oof. Okay. Saturday there's probably no stream. Yeah. So Saturday there's definitely no stream. So no stream Saturday. I don't know what my Sunday is like, and I don't know what my Monday is like. So yeah, for that this is the schedule for the next 3 days. So 12 to 1 on tomorrow for the anime. So 12 to 1 tomorrow for the anime. Thursday I might start even sooner. It really depends. So like I might even start at like maybe I'll just keep it 12 to 1 just to be sure. If I start sooner on Thursday, I might. If I don't, I don't. So yeah, so for Wednesday, okay, so I should put my camera back. I should put the camera back. Camera. Okay. Yeah, so for Wednesday, I'm either gonna start at 12 or 1. Probably somewhere between the two, maybe 12:30. For Thursday, I get out early from work, but there's no guarantee on when I'll start. So I'm gonna keep it at 12. I think that's a safe bet, 12 to 1. And then again, Friday, I'm not sure. My family could have the day off because it's Juneteenth, which is a national holiday. We should get the day off, but if we don't, we don't. I don't know. Really not sure. So and even if I do not have the like, even if I get the time to spend with my family, I might do a short stream. You know, I might just do like a short stream and do something. We'll see. Not 100% sure. I might do a short stream. No guarantee though. Just for certain. And I'm not doing it because I'm like forcing myself. I'm thinking like maybe I want to hang out with you guys on my birthday a little bit, just a tad, you know. But I'm not 100% sure. We'll see. Cool note though. I have Final Fantasy 11 all set up. So really weird. No, I have Final Fantasy 11, like the original MMO, like all set up, and I can run it. But I'm still figuring the game out. It's a little fucking weird. It's an old ass crusty MMO, so it's a little weird. Like this game is crusty weird. Like I'm still trying to like figure it out. This isn't it. This isn't it. Yeah, this is it. Like I'm still a little lost. And I'm just like, where the fuck do I go? What the fuck do I do? I found one thing, but I'm having like a hard time adjusting the game like to certain settings. Like I don't like I'm trying to like adjust the music. I'm trying to adjust like the guides and where to go and certain things. It's really old. And it's like it's very hard to like maneuver. The way the camera works is also really fucking jarring. You know, the camera work in like certain areas is like jarring as fuck. And it's like kind of brutal. But yeah, I'm slowly trying to figure this game out. I made my character is like an elf woman. My character is like an elf woman. I've never done. I think they're called Elsians. I've never done elves before, so I'm just like, you know what? Like for the event in 14 they made yeah, so the event in 14, this is like the dude they made. So I'm just like, you know what? Maybe I'll make myself an elf too. She's a dark elf with blonde hair. As you can tell, I kind of like anime gyros. But yeah, still figuring this game out. It's a little rough. Uh, I can. It's cool that cool thing though is I have a laptop I can run it on. I can play it on that, and then I can also play it on here. So that's kind of nice. Saturday works because German match is at 10 p.m. German time. Is that for the World Cup? Is that what they're referring to? The World Cup. I used to play soccer when I was a kid, but I've always been weird with watching sports. I don't know what it is. I've always been really weird when it comes to watching sports. I've never been crazy about watching sports. I don't know why. Never really been my thing. I like watching esports. Like I like watching video games. But I do need like someone to watch it with. That's why I like whenever there's esports, I like watching it like with Maximilian Dude. Like he's always really fun to watch it with. But I mostly only watch fighting games. I don't really watch like Dota or League of Legends. That's not my thing. I don't watch shooters either. That's not really my thing either. I've never been into that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Um hmm. Yeah, if it's unfortunately if it's for soccer, I'm just not that interested. I played a lot as a kid, but at my age, 40, I can't do as much anymore. Damn. 40, huh? I'm turning 31 in like 3 days. 31 feels fucking weird. I watch so much sports, lol. I've just never watched sports. It's weird. I've just never watched sports. Like I even fighting is a little weird. Like martial arts. Even that's a little weird for me. Sometimes it's cool. Sometimes it's like cool to watch. Um, but I'm not sure why I've just never been into it. I don't know why I've just never been into it. Could be the culture. Like I'm the type of person who gets influenced by culture. Like when there's a certain culture around certain things, I kind of just don't engage. Like a huge part of the reason I don't watch Smash Brothers anymore is just I absolutely despise the competitive culture of Smash Brothers. I really don't fucking like it. So I just don't engage with Smash anymore, like at all, in any shape or form. I don't like the culture. I don't like much of the Smash community. It just kind of fucking sucks. But the fighting game community, while it absolutely has like really shitty people, it feels a little more mature. And it's nice that I have like people like Maximilian Dude to watch it through, so it's really refreshing. Like I like watching it through him. It feels a lot more mature through him. There is some people I like too, like VDX. He mostly plays and talks about Tekken, but he occasionally talks about Street Fighter. No way, we are the same age. Haha. Well, we're a month older. Damn. July 10th. I think. Shit. What I feel like such an asshole. One of my best friends, his birthday is in July, and I always like forget when in July. I always forget like when in July. I think it's like the 23rd. His birthday is like the 23rd of July. I think I think I'm like older than him. My other friend, he's older than me by like a year. But one of them, I think I'm older than him by like a year. Or not a year, a month. Yeah, I think my birthday is like on the 19th. His is like on the July 23rd. I know whenever I tell people I'm born on July 19th, they're like, or not July, June 19th, they're like, "Oh shit, you're a you're a Juneteenth boy." I'm like, "Yeah, boy." I get a holiday and everything. I don't get the day off though. It's probably going to be busy. But yeah, the only reason I mentioned this game is because my friend was like interested in like doing games together, and he gets Tuesday and Wednesday off. So I was just like, well, if we're both interested in Final Fantasy, so and we've both never played 11, we could play 11. I was thinking of getting him into 14. because I'm really experienced in 14, but I don't know if he would be into 14. So that I'm not sure about. So yeah, 7, Final Fantasy 7, we can probably keep going on Thursday. Yeah, for Final Fantasy 7, we can probably keep going on Thursday. That seems like a day to keep going. I'm going to see if I can move my days around so like I don't get Monday off and I get Tuesday, Wednesday off. I'm going to see if I can do that. Tomorrow, game stream. No, tomorrow we're watching the anime. Tomorrow we watch the anime. Tomorrow there's the anime. I never played FF11. I skipped 11 and 12. I wanted to play 11 and never had access. I started 12. I think I like finished like the first area. I like started 12 and I never finished it. I hear I could be wrong. Feel free to correct me. I hear 12 inspired games like Xenoblade. I hear 12 inspired games like Xenoblade. Am I wrong? Like, I know there's Xenogears, but I have no idea how Xenogears plays. But I hear 12 like inspired a lot of games. Like 12 is like very niche but very popular at the same time. It's a very unique game that I think has influenced a lot of games. You know, I could be wrong. I swear 12 like had an influence on Xenoblade. FF14 on Switch has cross progression. Oh, yeah, of course it does. 14 has cross progression on any console because you just need to log in as your character. That's it. Like all you're doing is creating all you're doing is carrying over your Square Enix account. All of them has cross progression as long as you pick the same character. Like that's just it. You're not creating anything new. You should play Expedition 33. I already did. I already played Expedition 33. I platinumed it. Yeah, I already played Expedition 33. I platinumed it. Like Expedition 33 is such an interesting game because everybody like says it's like the greatest like fucking RPG since God knows when. And I'm just like, bro, like it's not better than Final Fantasy. It's an homage to Final Fantasy. Like Expedition 33 is literally just a big homage to OG Final Fantasy. It's a big homage to like even Persona. It takes so much inspiration from like all of these things. So it really pisses me off when people say it's like better than all of them when I'm like it literally takes inspiration from all of them. Like it's just it's an homage to all of these things. It's not trying to be better than them. And that's what makes it good. Like I fucking hate that comparison game with Expedition 33. It's a great game. I just don't like how people treat it. Final Fantasy 15 was good, but only after the updates that added later. Oh yeah, I played the original 15. It fucking sucked. I played the original 15. It fucking sucked. I never played Royal. I never played 15 Royal, and my feelings for 15 are a little soured because when I played it, I realized it was not the game I was promised. I wanted Final Fantasy Versus 13. I did not want Final Fantasy 15. I'm sorry. I know this is not what you want to hear, but I did not want Final Fantasy 15. I wanted Final Fantasy Versus 13. This is the game I wanted. I wanted this Noctis, not whatever the fuck that was. Like no offense, like 15 is great. It has some amazing stuff, but I am so much more fascinated by Nomura's vision of Versus 13 than I am by 15. The stuff we've gotten from Versus 13 is so fucking interesting. And it's stuff you can kind of see like little tidbits of in 15, and it's really sad. And you know Nomura felt very robbed of 15. Like Nomura kind of doesn't like 15 because it kind of robbed him of his vision. He absolutely had a vision for the series and he never got to fulfill it, and it's really fucking sad. What the hell happened to the development of Versus 13? So pretty much there's a good video from Night Sky Prince. So let me pull him up. There's a really good video, but basically it kind of comes down to management. A lot of it was because of management and how management handled the project. That's kind of the big issue. So for the longest time, everyone blamed Nomura. Versus 13 was Nomura's baby. It was his fucking child. He loved the shit out of this game. It meant the world to him. The problem is that people kept saying Nomura didn't have a plan, and the game kept stagnating and nothing happened. In reality, a lot of it was corporate. A big deal of versus 13 was corporate, just kind of meddling with the game and mishandling the ever-living fuck out of it until it got so bad and the team was so fucking demoralized that they forced the game on this director named Tabata. I think his name is like Hajime Tabata. And this dude essentially had to take... So Versus 13, for those who don't know, was supposed to be like a set of games. It wasn't supposed to be one game. It was supposed to be a set of games. Like not a single game. And the problem is that it was given to Hajime Tabata, and he was essentially told, okay, save this game. You have 2 years. They've barely worked on it. So for all those years, you thought the game was being developed. It kind of wasn't. They really kind of didn't let them develop the game and really focus on it. They kind of like kept shooting them in the foot. And so the team never really got to like really build the game. And so 15 is a game that was developed in like a few years. And another problem arose where Square Enix fucked them even more by doing something fucking horrible. So they took like 3 games and told Tabata, condense it all into a single fucking video game. That's why 15 feels so disjointed. It's literally 3 fucking games condensed into one. That's why it feels like things just kind of happen. Things just go all over the place. The pacing between the second half and the first half is completely fucked. That's why. The script, they had a massive script. They had an insanely big script. And like a good 80% of it was cut. This is 15 barely has like scraps of Versus 13 story. It barely has anything left of it. They gutted the ever-living fuck out of it. It's literally a completely different story. There's only remnants of the story. And that's why in Kingdom Hearts 4, what Nomura is currently doing is he introduced this new character named Yuzora. If you translate Yuzora, it means true king. Noctis was supposed to be a king. And Yuzora looks suspiciously like Noctis. And he tells Sora that Yuzora is not his real name and that his identity was stolen. And then Nomura proceeds to play the Versus cutscene beat for fucking beat. Like the straight up from the trailer. But now it's Yuzora. And he's pretty much saying, I am going to retell Versus 13 through Kingdom Hearts. Because I never got to. And for those who don't know, Noctis, this character, he was supposed to be the other half of Sora. In the sense that he's supposed to be a completely like Sora means sky. Noctis Lucis Calum means night sky. So Noctis's name means night sky. Sora's name means sky. He's supposed to be a dark character that's supposed to be the complete opposite of Sora. Whereas Sora is a very, very bubbly and happy character, Noctis was supposed to be a very dark character who's had like a very shit experience. If you see the trailers for Noctis's character in Versus 13 versus 15, he's a completely different character. Like just from the trailers alone, he's a completely different character. This motherfucker be marking dudes. Like the first trailer literally has him like gutting an army. Like literally this like platoon walks up to his place and he proceeds to fucking gut them. It's like very violent too. Like Versus 13 was supposed to be a very dark game. It's supposed to be a very violent game. Like Noctis was like literally throwing his swords through people. So Nomura trying to shit on 15 through KH4. No, so basically what Nomura said is like Noctis in 15 is not my Noctis. This is not the character I made. This Noctis stole his name. That's pretty much like the interpretation of the reading. This Noctis, right? This Noctis is not the same Noctis as the one from 15. The Noctis from 15 stole his name. This is not the same character. This is a completely different character. And Nomura doesn't like him. This character, her name was Stella, which means star. She got replaced by Luna Freya, which means moon. So literally, this character was literally replaced. And she was just completely removed from the game. In Kingdom Hearts 3, Sora talks to a girl who's literally a star. So, like, we don't know her name, but Sora literally talks to a girl who's just a star. She's literally just a floating star. And she tells him about Yozora. And I'm like, that's not a fucking coincidence. That's not a fucking coincidence. Nomura be playing fucking video games, dude. Nomura be playing games, dude. And the whole point of, like, Noctis and Stella was that they were supposed to be, like lovers / enemies. They had this like sad story where basically they're enemies but they're lovers, because their families are like different lineages and shit, and their families are like at war, and they kind of like and that's the thing. If you guys don't believe me about everything that I'm saying right now, just straight up go watch the old trailers of Final Fantasy 15. Go watch the old trailers of Final Fantasy 15 and then go and compare it to the actual game. I'm not kidding you. Like 60% of what they show is not in the game. 60% of the shit they show in the trailers is just not in the game because they were developing it as they were making the trailers. They were making 15 as they were showing you the trailers. Like 15 was being produced in real time. And this is where another big problem arises in 15's development that people don't know about. 15 was being developed on a completely brand new engine that they were making alongside the game. So they were perfecting this brand new engine alongside the game because the game was meant to be a showcase of this engine. And this engine was such a fucking problem that it was never ever used again. This engine was such a shit show that Square Enix stopped developing their own engines and just started using other ones. That's why Kingdom Hearts 3 was made on Unreal Engine 4. And that's why people were a little worried about Kingdom Hearts 4, because Kingdom Hearts 4 is being developed on Unreal Engine 5, which is an untested engine. Why is this a problem? Basically, when you have your original engine, Unreal Engine 4, you have all these assets and tests that people have done for this game for the longest time. Or sorry, not this game, this engine for the longest time. So basically, you completely know how to use it because of how everyone else has used it. The problem with Unreal Engine 5 is it functions completely different from Unreal Engine 4. So you're essentially learning as you're using it. Which is like, imagine like trying to learn art as you're drawing. And you need to make a product. That's fucking insane. So that's why people are a little worried about Kingdom Hearts 4 being on Unreal Engine 5, because the engine is untested. And so people are like, fuck, is this going to happen again? Right? But luckily, Kingdom Hearts 4 seems to be going okay. It seems to be doing all right. Like, we saw footage. It seems to be good. I think it needs a little more polish. I think Kingdom Hearts 4 needs a little more polish. But it's definitely looking good. In my opinion, it's definitely looking fucking good. But yeah, I'm just really sad that Versus 13 got fucking completely gutted as a video game, and I really hope Nomura gets to express like his vision for Versus 13 in Kingdom Hearts 4, Which, by the way, if you don't believe me, these games are connected. If you don't fucking believe me, these games are connected. Versus 13, Noctis's family worships the goddess of death. So they're all so if you ever wondered why Noctis's design in 15 has like skulls and crossbones, that's why. But they removed that. That's not a thing anymore. They fucking removed that. So Noctis's entire thing is that he worships the goddess Etro, and she's the goddess of death. And the moon was supposed to be connected to that, and the moon acted as like the passage of the souls of the dead. So that's like a whole thing in Noctis's story. That's why he wears black. That's the whole reason he wears black. And a huge part of the reason Versus 13 wasn't getting through was because there was a lot of censorship at the time, and they were like scared of this shit. So places like China were like very against Versus 13 having this the depiction of worshippers of God of Death. You know, they thought that was like fucked up. So they were very much against it, and they were like censoring the game in China and shit like that. But why is this interesting? Why am I mentioning this to you guys? Kingdom Hearts 4. What did I say about 4 in Japanese? It's the number of death. It can literally be read like the word for death. Kingdom Hearts logo is black. Kingdom Hearts 4's logo, it's fucking black. Bro. Look at this shit. The heart is actually black. Brother. The heart is actually black. Boy. And oh, did I mention how did Sora end up in this world that he's currently in? He fucking died. Sora fucking died. That's how he ended up in Quadratum. He's fucking dead. That's why Donald and Goofy go to Hades. Because Sora's fucking dead. That's why Sora's in the real world. He's fucking dead. Like, brother. Which, by the way, from the teaser that we've seen, it seems like the Keyblade bearers are the one who brought the darkness there, which interestingly ties in directly from the line from Kingdom Hearts 1, if you guys remember. When you go to Triton, when you go to Ariel's world, Triton tells Sora that the Keyblade wielders can bring salvation as well as ruin. We've seen a lot of like the salvation, right? Like Xehanort brought a lot of ruin, and now literally what does the person in the coat in the beginning of the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer say? They literally say darkness as a concept did not exist here until we brought it here. Right? And Sora's probably going to be like, "Oh shit, I brought the Heartless. Oh fuck, I brought the Heartless here." And it would be really cool if like you have this like whole thing where like Yozora is like fighting the Keyblade wielders, because that would thematically tie in with the idea of clashing. Like the whole thing in 14 and sorry, the whole thing in Versus 13 was that there were supposed to be clashing factions. There was like all these factions and people and stuff, and there's like a lot of political conflicts, and they're supposed to be clashing factions. This was literally introduced in Kingdom Hearts Unchained Key. In Unchained Key, there's literally 5 different factions of Keyblade wielders, and they're all clashing with their own different ideologies. What if now you introduce all these different factions, not just of Keyblade wielders, but people who fucking hate them and want to fight them? Nomura is just remaking Versus 13, bro. Nomura is just remaking Versus 13, bro. Yozora. Look at how he's sitting. Look at how this bitch ass is sitting. Tell me this motherfucker doesn't look like Noctis. Tell me this motherfucker don't look like Noctis sitting on his goddamn chair. The only difference is Noctis sits on a chair, he sits on the steps. Because he's literally like a defiled king. He's like a look at this. Look at Noctis and look at this man. Come the fuck on. Come the fuck on. The only difference is Yozora is like like a failed king. Like he's not actually a king anymore. He's lost his title. Oh yeah, he also has. Oh my god. So the other thing too, when Noctis uses powers. So when Noctis used his powers in the original Versus 13, his eyes turned red. Yozora has heterochromia. He has one eye that's red and one eye that's blue. And the Master of Masters eye on the fucking Keyblade, it's blue. Bro, it's literally Yozora. Fucking hell, dude. Fucking hell, dude. It's all there. It's all. I don't fucking buy it, man. I don't fucking buy it, man, for like a goddamn second. Nomura, I better see your fucking vision, man. This. Oh my god, I better look at this. Look at this fucking trailer. Look, it's literally the fucking same. It's literally it's the same fucking trailer. This is a fantasy based on reality. This is a fiction based on unreality. What the fuck, Nomura? Dude, I can't wait for Kingdom Hearts 4. And it's apparently like a whole saga, which is awesome because the Versus 13 was meant to be a saga. It wasn't meant to be one game. And the one thing I'm excited about is that there were leaks. So these are just rumors. These are just rumors. There were rumors that Square Enix is restructuring Kingdom Hearts into all like meant to be all console games instead of making them mobile, which kind of backs up the idea of Missing Link getting canceled. And I kind of hope that's what they do. I hope they go back to making all the Kingdom Hearts games just like mainline games and not having a bunch of mobile games. I don't want my deep story shit being put in mobile games. I never fucking liked it. I don't care how good those stories are. I never liked that they put them on the fucking mobile game and then you don't have access to it anymore. I hope at some point Unchained Key gets remade. I fucking hope at some point Unchained Key just gets remade so we just have that game. It's just fucking gone. That's insane to me. So I think those are like, there are games in the Kingdom Hearts series that absolutely deserve a remake. And I think Unchained Key and Union Cross, like those are just one game. I think those absolutely deserve a remake. And like to be made into a proper fucking video game. So people goddamn know about it. I think that would be really fucking good. But unfortunately, we don't have that at the moment. So I hope that's the direction Kingdom Hearts ends up going. It's like some games, like some of the older games, get like a proper remake. That would be really fucking cool. And just you have like other different people working on it. That'd be really cool. I really hope we end up going kind of that direction where they kind of fix how they structure and present Kingdom Hearts to you. So that way it ends up like being what it was meant to be, We went on a completely different rant here. Fuck. We went on a completely different rant here. So Kingdom Hearts 4 is going to be the darkest game in the series. Absolutely. Kingdom Hearts 4 thematically is about growing up. And not like Kingdom Hearts 3 where it's like Sora starting to grow up. No, this is literally him entering the adult world. The whole point of Kingdom Hearts 4 and the reason it looks so realistic is that Sora is literally entering the adult world. He's becoming an adult. And everything he knows and everything he understands is about to get challenged. He's gonna really like doubt himself and like very much start to change. And I think that's what Nomura is like building to. Kingdom Hearts 3 was all about growing up, like literally learning to become an adult. Now you're actually going to be put in the adult world and things are going to be very, very different. Didn't Nomura say that Luxord's wildcard is the key to Sora's revival? No, we don't know what that is. He said Luxord is going to play a big role, but we don't know what the fuck that is. We have the card is going to play a role. We don't know what that is. God, I also gotta finish Kingdom Hearts. I never did. Yeah, I never did finish Kingdom Hearts. We started 2, and we just kind of stopped. Yeah, we, like, started 2, and we just kind of fucking stopped, didn't we? I never kept going with that. Fuck me, dude. Yeah. Lots to do, man. Lots to do. I definitely got to start working on scheduling better. You know, I gotta start on scheduling myself and like creating a good proper schedule to follow, so I can start like doing things. But I'm not. You know, maybe I need to just start putting in the effort to start doing things. You know, start making plans and like organizing and like setting deadlines. I think that would probably start making things a little easier. Plan for the future and all that. Plan for the future and all that. Okay. So, things we want to do. Final Fantasy VII compilation. I'll just say comp. Kingdom Hearts. Steins Gate. Okay. Videos. Reactions. Analysis. Scripted analysis. Character videos. Oh, we already have these. I already have this stuff. I already have this stuff. That's so funny. I already wrote some of this stuff. That's so funny. Arc retrospectives, chapter 218. Resident Evil. Yeah, that's in there too. Okay. Hmm. Okay, here, this is what I'll do. There's an easier way to do it. Yeah, now you Control C. Delete. Delete. These are for streams and videos. Control. Okay. Yeah, already did that. Already did that. Okay. Delete. Delete. So these are. This is what I'll do. Control C. Streams. Control C. Yeah. Get rid of that. Rid of that. So these and then Kingdom Hearts. these are other topics I'd like to eventually make videos about. Vincent character video is interesting. I ironically don't know much about Vincent, so it's kind of hard to say to do that. Funny, Birth by Sleep is a dark, depressing game, and Cage 4 is an ongoing more dark than that. See, the sad thing about Birth by Sleep is it's also kind of not a complete game. Birth by Sleep is very much a completely reworked game. I think Birth by Sleep was initially going to be a PS2 game. I'm not gonna lie. There is an original trailer of Birth by Sleep that looked very, very different. It looked like a very, very different game. Like really, really different. And I think it was originally going to be a PS2 game. And if you watch that trailer for Birth by Sleep and compare it to the actual Birth by Sleep that we got, it's a completely different game. Yeah, it happened with Birth by Sleep too. A lot of Birth by Sleep also kind of got gutted. Yeah, unfortunately, this is unfortunately a big reoccurring pattern with Nomura's works. A lot of them just end up getting gutted, or tossed to other consoles, or something fucking stupid happens, and it causes a whole bunch of problems. It's just kind of sad, you know. Like Birth by Sleep felt like it was gonna be a really big game. You know, it was hyped up to be a very, very big game, and it ends up being something completely different. You know, and it's not to say Birth by Sleep is a bad game, but having played the game, there's definitely parts of it that do kind of feel awkward and incomplete. And it really kind of shows. You know, I think Aqua's character, Vent's character, and Terra's characters, like, they have a lot going for them, but they never, I don't feel like they ever got fully expanded on in a really, like, unique and interesting ways. Um, so yeah, I think even Birth by Sleep was, like, kind of hindered. There was going to be a Birth by Sleep Part 2. Never happened. They canceled that game and they condensed it down to, what was that game called? Fragmentary Passage. Oh, come on. So this game, Fragmentary Passage, this is like a small demo for Aqua's story. This was supposed to be a full fucking game. This was supposed to be a full fucking game. We were supposed to get Birth by Sleep, like, it was supposed to be something completely different. Like, there was so much that was supposed to fucking happen, and it didn't. And it was kind of crazy. Like here it is. There was literally supposed to be a Birth by Sleep Volume 2. Never fucking happened. So much of the stuff that got shown in this trailer got completely scrapped. It was the same with the original Birth by Sleep. Like honestly, poor Birth by Sleep. As a video game, it got completely gutted. As a video game, it got completely fucking gutted. It's actually kind of tragic. Like, genuinely, actually kind of fucking tragic. Birth by Sleep original trailer. Yeah, I think this was it. Yeah, I think this was the original launch trailer for Birth by Sleep.
So many are still waiting for their new beginning, their birth by sleep. Even me. Cover the...
No, this is the launch trailer.
Like him.
Do you think maybe sleeping? Here.
No, this isn't it. Yeah, this isn't it. This is not it. No. Where is it? No, it's like this old trailer. Yeah, I don't know where it is, but there's like here's like some of the concept art, and like you can tell this shit was like not in the game. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, there it is. There it is. This is.
That's just the way you make me.
Whoa, careful now.
Get that.
It's so annoying. Okay. Yeah, this was the original trailer. Look at it. It's so old and crusty, but it looks completely different.
いつかお前が俺を救ってくれるのかもな。
That never happened.
救って当たり前だろ。
心に闇を抱いた者にキーブレードを操る資格
This
は
whole
ない。
cutscene doesn't look
あ
the
や
same
つ
at all.
はもはや闇に染まった怪物だ。お前の力で闇を打ち我が過ちを正してくれ。マスターだろうと関係ない。この力友のために使う。
友達だから頼みたいんだ。俺を消してくれ。
So Aqua was just added to the reworked version? No. She was always in there. You want to know how I know? Did you watch the secret ending of Kingdom Hearts 2? That was released before any of these. The secret ending of Kingdom Hearts 2 showed Aqua, Terra, and Ven. It was all of them. This trailer intentionally doesn't show Aqua because it's meant to leave you confused. You're like, where the fuck is she? No, she's in there. But the story looked very different back then. That's all. No, she was supposed to be in there. But they just intentionally didn't show her here. She was always in the game. The game has always revolved around trios. Kingdom Hearts has always revolved around trios. And they showed her in the artwork. Right? The artwork that they drew for Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, they showed her in it. Kingdom Hearts. Where is it? Right here. See? She's right there. This is the artwork Nomura made because these games were the plan. He wanted to do a game about Roxas. He wanted to do the prequel game, and then he wanted to do a game about like Jiminy's journal. So the 3 games that we got were all planned. We just didn't get them the way they were planned. We just got them in a way that was not the intended way. That's all. But Aqua was always supposed to be in the game. That was always intentional. It's just ended up being very, very different from the promised game. That's pretty much just it. Which again kind of really blows. I also do want to get the Kingdom Hearts novels and manga at some point. Yeah, I definitely want to get the Kingdom Hearts novels and manga. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, relax, brother. This is not official. It is really good, though. But, yeah. Sad. Definitely makes me sad, bro. Definitely makes me sad. I wish we got more of Nomura's completed works, but that's not fucking happening. That's not fucking happening. Unfortunately. Anywho, we've hit 4 hours. I think I'm gonna call it here. I'll probably see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna go hang out with family a little bit, and then I'll start making some plans and some stuff. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed. See you later. Remember to subscribe, follow, all the fun stuff.